get a seat here. Thank you. Let's go around the other way though. Yeah, your best bet is go out and come back on the other way. Yeah, good. What state are you with, sir? Are you sitting in a regular seat?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Mother Bethel AME Church Choir from Philadelphia.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on.
Glory, glory, watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and dance. I can read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
Rawlings Blake, Mayor of the great City of Baltimore and Secretary of the Democratic National Committee and Temporary Secretary of the Democratic National Convention. It is an honor and a pleasure to welcome you, delegates, alternates, standing committee members, and all of our honored Democrats and other guests here in Philadelphia, and all of you who have joined us by television, by radio, and online here in the United States and around the world. I hereby call the 47th Quadrennial Democratic National Convention to order.
Hi, I'm Julie Coker Graham, President and CEO of the Philadelphia Convention and Visitors Bureau. We are honored to be the location for such an influential gathering of engaged citizens dedicated to transforming communities throughout America. As the first World Heritage City in the U.S., Philadelphia is a diverse and inclusive city that has played a major role in shaping our country's political history. Standing here in front of Independence Hall, I'm reminded that since 1776, our city has stood witness to some of this country's most defining moments, including hosting 12 political conventions. On behalf of our city, I'd like to share how excited we are to welcome you to the 2016 Democratic National Convention and to Philadelphia. There's so much to see and do in Philadelphia. While you're here, we hope you get a chance to experience our rich cultural and historical attractions. From Museum Mile, which is located along Benjamin Franklin Parkway, to Alfred's Alley, the oldest residential street in America. Definitely make sure you spend time in our incredible outdoor spaces, like right here at Dilworth Park. And don't forget to eat. Our amazing culinary scene includes everything from classic roast pork sandwiches to meals handcrafted by our award-winning Iron Chefs. We are thrilled to be hosting you in Philadelphia. The hospitality industry and our entire city is proud to roll out the blue carpet just for you. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Boys to Men.
Philadelphia, what's happening? Let's have a good time, everybody. Everybody up on your feet. Let's go.
Come on. Come on.
Motown Philly back again. Doing a little East Coast swing. Boys and men going on. Not too hard, not too
Nathan Mars, come on.
Long overdue. Now, Philly slamming. We got
boys and ABC and BB.
The East Coast band never skipped the beat.
Oh, no.
While cooling on South Street,
What we got?
Jet Black Ben, plenty of friends.
Yo, and all the Philly stacks you can eat one. Yeah, come on. Let's go for you. Dream about this every day. Could it really happen? All those dreams just fade away. Come on, now sing.
Everybody singing and ladies and it sounds smooth.
So it's hard to just rope and here we are.
Everybody sing along from the top. Here we go. Come on.
Motown Philly back again. Doing a little East Coast swing. Boys and men going
Philadelphia, how y'all feel out there?
not too hard.
Let's have a good time, y'all. Check it out, y'all. Hey, can I get a oh yeah? Say oh yeah. Say oh yeah. Now scream. The spotlight is on us now. Watch us do this, yeah. Live and direct from Philly town.
Live and hype as we can't get down.
We are ready to go. So now the world will know that we know. Let's go bridges and dream about this every day. Could it really happen? All those dreams fade away. Come on now, sing it.
Everybody singing and ladies and it sounds smooth.
So we started a groove and here we are.
Everybody sing one more time.
Come on and sing.
Motown Philly back again.
Yeah.
Doing a little East Coast swing. Boys and men
All right, Philly, I need y'all to help me out one time. Follow me. Here we go. Let me hear you say yeah. Say yeah. Say oh yeah. Say oh yeah. Everybody say ho. Say ho, ho. Say ho, ho, ho. Now scream. Break it down one more time. Here we go. Come on. Yeah.
Motown Philly back again. Doing a little East Coast swing. Boys and men going on. Not too high, not too
Okay, everybody, one last time. Can I get a oh yeah? Now scream!
Boys and men, ABC, BBD.
Take care, everybody. Thank you.
Yes, y'all.
Welcome to Philadelphia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and welcome Reverend Dr. Cynthia Hale, Senior Pastor, Ray of Hope Christian Church, to lead the invocation.
Pray with me. Awesome and wonderful God of the universe, you are the one who created the world and all who live in it. You are the God of the nations. Each one owes its existence to you. You made America the great nation that it is, filled with a diverse, gifted, and enterprising people. We are a people who have the ability to give leadership to the world and all other nations, while at the same time operating as one nation under your name with liberty and justice for all. Through our own human error, we have fallen short of your expectations. Instead of operating as United States and a united people, we have become divided. We have allowed our diversity to cause us to devalue and distrust each other, to malign and mistreat one another. We have permitted our privilege to make us think that we are superior to others, particularly the least of these among us. There is tension and dissension in the land. This is not your will for us, and we know it. As we gather in Philadelphia this week at the Democratic National Convention, we understand all that you have entrusted to us and expect of us. We have a responsibility to you to be a party that celebrates diversity, values all people, and treats everyone with dignity and respect. We have a platform that seeks to address the ills of our nation, right the wrongs, and help us be a just and equitable society. We have an opportunity, oh God, to give undeniable evidence of our commitment to justice and equality by nominating Hillary Rodham Clinton as our candidate Hallelujah. As our candidate for the highest office in the land. God, you have given us wisdom. Now give us courage for the facing of this hour. Unite us, O God, in one party. It is in your mighty name that we pray. Amen.
Oh, wow, the pump goes down.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the members of Delaware County American Legions and Veterans of Foreign Wars.
Forward, march. Left, 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 right. Left, 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 right. Left, 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 right. Color guard, mark time, march. Color guard, hope. Right, face. Color guard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome delegates Ruby Gillum from Ohio and Clarissa Rodriguez from Texas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Where's the flag?
It's right there.
Where?
Right behind you. Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, with liberty and
justice for all. It's going that way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bobby Hill from the Keystone State Boy Choir to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Forward, march. Left, 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 right. Left, 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 right. Left, 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 right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the co-chairs of the Credentials Committee, Lorraine Miller and James Roosevelt, Jr.
Hello to all of the participants in the 2016 Democratic National Convention. It is an honor to have served as a co-chair of the Credentials Committee along with my friend Lorraine Miller. On Sunday, the Credentials Committee adopted the report that is now contained in the Standing Committee report. Consideration of this report is the first order of business for this 47th Democratic National Convention, so that delegates and alternates here today can be officially seated. I am proud to say that there are no unresolved credentials issues to be decided by the Credentials Committee. This nominating process was an extraordinary marathon of contests. There was historic voter turnout and an enthusiasm about the election that engaged and encouraged people to participate for the first time. This enthusiasm has carried on even after the last contest, which was in Washington, D.C., and I'm excited that we all stand united here today to get on with nominating the next President of the United States. I am pleased that as part of this committee's report to the convention, the Democratic Party recognizes that we are stronger together, and we make a priority of ensuring the diversity of our party is highlighted. It is now my pleasure to turn this over to my co-chair, Lorraine Miller.
Thank you, Jim. Let me add my thanks for the opportunity to serve as a co-chair of the Credentials Committee. All 57 of our state and territorial parties worked diligently to ensure that their delegations to the convention look like America, and as a result of their hard work, we have the most diverse convention ever. We are proud that the diversity represented in the participants of this convention highlight a core value of our party. That is, ensuring that all Americans, regardless of sex, race, age, color, creed, national origin, religion, economic status, sexual orientation, gender identity, ethnic identity, or physical disability should be able to achieve the American dream. Madam Chair, on behalf of the other Credential Committee officers and committee members, I move the adoption of the Credentials Committee report.
You have heard the report and the business before the Credentials Committee, and a motion has been made to adopt the committee's report. Pursuant to our convention rules, we will conduct a vote on approving the report of the Credentials Committee by a voice vote. Those delegates in favor of approving the Credentials report say aye. Will those delegates who oppose the Credentials report say no? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, James Roosevelt and Lorraine Miller, the co-chairs of the Credentials Committee, and thank you to all of the committee members, the vice chairs. Thank you all for your great work. Delegates, it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage the co-chairs of the Convention's Rules Committee, Barney Frank from Massachusetts and Leticia Vanderpute from Texas.
Thank you. Thank you or not, as the case may be. Madam Chair, the Rules Committee met on Saturday in a full and open session in which a large number of resolutions were offered and debated and roll call votes taken. The final issue was voted, as you will hear, overwhelmingly by a vote of 170 to 5. It is my great pleasure to report the officers, the permanent officers, recommended by the Rules Committee. As the honorary chair, one of the great leaders in American history, Nancy Pelosi, the minority leader of the House of Representatives and the first woman to be Speaker. As permanent chair, a very able member of Congress, in fact, the best thing to come out of Cleveland recently, Marcia Fudge, the Congresswoman from Cleveland. As permanent co-chairs representing the range of talent and diversity of our party, the Honorable Norman Mineta, Senator Gary Peters, Governor Gina Raimondo, the Honorable Hilda Solis, Representative Maxine Waters, and the Honorable Wellington Reb. And as Secretary, Mayor Stephanie Rawlings Blake. That is the report of the Rules Committee on the Permanent Officers.
Delegates, you have heard the Rules Committee recommendation of the individuals to serve as permanent officers of the 2016 Democratic National Convention. The chair will entertain a motion to approve this list of outstanding Democratic leaders. Do I hear a second? Pursuant to our rules, we will now have a voice vote on approving permanent officers of the convention. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Thank you so very much to Barney Frank and Leticia Vandepute as the co-chairs of the Rules Committee, and thank you as well to the committee vice chairs and members. Please join me. Thank you. I think you're still up here. Sorry about that. Please join me in welcoming the permanent chair of the convention, Ohio Congresswoman Marcia Fudge. Congresswoman Fudge was first elected in 2008. She represents the people of the 11th Congressional District of Ohio. Congresswoman Fudge serves on the House Committee on Agriculture and the House Committee on Education and Workforce. She is the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Early Childhood and Elementary and Secondary Education, and she is also a member of several congressional caucuses and the immediate past chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. It is now my pleasure to turn over the gavel to my friend and the permanent chair of the 47th Democratic National Convention, Congresswoman Marcia Fudge.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am honored to accept this gavel as permanent chair of the Democratic National Convention. And I am excited to put Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine in the White House. We have traveled thousands of miles, and we are representing the millions of Democrats who come this November are going to make their voices heard louder and stronger than ever before. Because we have a choice, a profound choice this November. And we have to make this choice in a time when this nation finds itself at the crossroads of history and hope. A time of great promise, progress, and potential, but also a time of social unrest, hate speech, and war. Hillary Clinton was born for such a time as this. And that is why we are going to have a different kind of convention than the one we saw in Cleveland last week. Because Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine want to build an economy that works for everyone, not just the people at the top. An economy where everyone pays their fair share, an economy where if you work hard, you can get ahead and stay ahead. Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine want to bring steady and stable leadership to the world. They'll work with our allies to keep America and the rest of the world safe and secure. Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine want an America where there are no barriers to opportunity, equality, or justice. Excuse me. Where we lift each other up, and where every voice from every race, religion, and sexual orientation is heard and respected. Over the next 4 days, we're going to hear from the leaders of our country and the future of our party. We're going to unite and we're going to make history. And we're going to do everything we can to elect Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. Hillary Clinton, this is your time. This is our time. Delegates, Democrats, let the convention begin. And may I just make a point? May I just make a point? There are many of you that do not know me in this room. But let me say to you, I intend to be fair. I want to hear the varying opinions here. I am going to be respectful of you, and I want you to be respectful of me. We are all Democrats, and we need to act like it. Let's do it. The rules of the convention allow me as chair to appoint other officers to assist in the orderly conduct of the convention's proceedings. It is now my great honor to announce the following additional convention officers. Convention Vice Chairs, Lillie Ledbetter, Laura Ricketts, Maura Healey, State Representative Alicia Reese, Senator Claire McCaskill, Representative Doris Matsui, Chad Griffin, Doug McCarran, the Honorable Alexis Padilla, Representative Jim Clyburn, Senator Richard Blumenthal, Louis Elrod, Secretary and friend Mayor Stephanie Rollins Blake, parliamentarians Representative Steny Hoyer, lead parliamentarian, Helen McFadden, Senator Karen Carter Peterson, the Honorable Alexis Herman, Harold Eichels, Kevin O'Keefe, Sergeant at Arms Representative John Lewis, Assistant Sergeant at Arms Senator Tammy Baldwin, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, Gary Morrow, Mayor Ross Baraka, Terry O'Sullivan, doorkeeper Mignon Moore, timekeeper Marissa Richmond. Each of these convention officials is dedicated to strengthening their communities and our country. They share Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine's positive vision for change and will be important messengers for the campaign moving forward. We would now bring back for the completion of the rules report for procedural rules and agenda the chairs, Barney Frank.
The Rules Committee, fairly reflecting the delegates elected to the convention according to their preferences, spent 7 hours in a fully open debate of every aspect of the rules that anyone wished to bring up, and voted overwhelmingly for a final report, which you will hear later. I now report the agenda and procedural rules for the convention. To be clear, there is a report about what will happen after this convention that you will hear about very shortly. My report is of the agenda of the convention and of the rules that will govern the conduct of business in this convention. And I report again, they were fully debated with no question about anyone's right to offer any amendment or make any debate being repressed. And we now present these rules, which will result in a fully open and small d democratic as well as big D democratic conduct of the convention. Madam Chair, I present those parts of the committee's report from Saturday.
Thank you very much, Barney Frank, for presenting the agenda and the procedural rules of the convention as amended by the Rules Committee. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda and procedural rules of the 2016 Democratic National Convention. Do I hear a second? Pursuant to our rules, we will now have a voice vote on approving our agenda and procedural rules of the 2016 Democratic National Convention. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The chair determines that the ayes have it. We will now hear the unity report.
Good afternoon. I'm Leticia Van de Pute, a 7th-generation Texan, and my grandmothers were born in Mexico, and they would have been so proud to see me standing here today. Co-chair of the 2016 Democratic National Convention Rules Committee. She would have been, my grandmothers would have been so proud. And I also get to work with Barney Frank. More than 2 centuries ago, a group of courageous individuals gathered at Independence Hall a few blocks from here to give birth to our great country and a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And for my abuelitas, they knew that in this United States of America, the most meaningful title that anyone could ever hold is the title citizen. And my memo, my abuelita, my memo, became a citizen at age 68, and her proudest day was the day when she cast her first vote. And as Democrats, we must do everything we can to ensure that our party carries on this tradition that makes us stronger as a country. So we are proposing the creation of the Unity Reform Commission. This commission has won overwhelming support from all members of the Rules Committee. And together, we're going to see what's working, we're going to see what's not working, and we're going to work together to build a stronger Democratic Party for our children, para nuestros hijos. And the Commission will make recommendations regarding unpledged delegates to be sure that our process reflects our true democratic values and our unwavering belief in our representative democracy. And we're going to open up our democratic process so that the grassroots always has a seat at the table. We're going to ensure that our party hears every voice and empowers every person with a chance to contribute. And so to all the activists, to the organizers, to the officials and the volunteers and las familias and community leaders out there, we hear you. We respect you. And this Unity Commission will work for you to build a thriving, growing Democratic Party today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. Muchísimas gracias. Please.
There will be 2 speakers on the Unity Report, one representing the Clinton campaign and one representing the Sanders campaign.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Wellington Webb from Colorado.
Hi, I'm Wellington Webb, the former mayor of Denver, Colorado, an at-large member of the Rules Committee, and a longtime supporter of Hillary Clinton. Yesterday, I was proud to take part in the establishment of the Unity Reform Commission, which was formed in collaboration between the Clinton campaign and the Sanders campaign and the DNC. The commission is made up of representatives from both campaigns and the Democratic National Committee, and it is charged with assessing and improving our party's presidential nominating process. Now, specifically focusing in on superdelegates, caucuses, and strategies for opening up our system even more. The Commission will set up a set of recommendations for the DNC Rules and the Bylaws Committee no later than January 1st, 2018. And if adequate action isn't taken within 6 months, the Commission will present those recommendations before the full Democratic National Committee. Now, let me share with you that the primary season brought to light some issues we need to address as a Democratic family, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Now, as a party, I believe our diversity has made us strong, and it's not required that we always agree, but it is vital that we always move forward together. To continually perfect our processes and begin a more inclusive, fair, and open party within each cycle. Now, I know I speak for a lot of Democrats and progressives, and I said this on Saturday when I said I respect and admire Senator Sanders and his campaign. The voters and contributors you were able to mobilize and bring into the process, the issues raised in the elevation of our national debate, there is no question the country is better now for your efforts. And as we go through the process of improving our nominating process, we will continue to move our party and our country forward. Just as we watch LeBron James and Steph Curry shake hands after a well-fought finals, we know the country is eager to watch these two giants move forward together to champion progressive causes, and most importantly, to ensure we swear in a president come January which will uphold the ideals we hold most dear. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders are our champions. They both deserve our cheers. They both deserve our cheers. We both deserve our cheers. So I ask you, if you would do this for me, do this for our party, do this for you, and let's show Donald Trump we can work together. Cheer for Bernie. Cheer for Bernie when he takes the stage. Let's all cheer for Bernie tonight when he takes the stage. And let's also cheer for Hillary when she takes the stage on Thursday. When we leave this convention, we should do so with a united sense of purpose to advance our shared ideals and ensure when our next president is sworn in on January the 20th, we will hear for the first time a Chief Supreme Court Justice say those words, "Congratulations, Madam President."
Please welcome State Representative Diane Russell from Maine.
Hello, Democrats. My name is Diane Russell. I'm a state representative from the beautiful city of Portland, Maine, a proud delegate for Bernie Sanders. Introduced the First Amendment to reform the superdelegate system. You know, Dumbledore from Harry Potter once said, it takes great courage to stand up to your enemies. It takes even greater courage to stand up to your friends. Obviously, we've had a real family disagreement over the role of superdelegates in our party's nominating process. Working to get a president elected is supposed to be hard work. But we can definitely do more as a party to ensure a fairer, more open process that places everyday voters at the center. That's why I am so pleased to report that a process is underway, thanks to you, in several states and within our newly formed Unity Reform Commission to open up our nominating procedures and build a fairer process going forward. It is what our voters expect, and it is what our party deserves. It's why I am so deeply honored and beyond grateful to stand here before you. It's a bit of a dream come true. On behalf of Senator Sanders, and the political revolution in strong, unequivocal support for the Unity Compromise. This plan, and it is a plan, gives us the opportunity to champion a variety of great election reforms, including reducing the number of superdelegates by a full 2/3. That is written right into the Commission's charter. I want to be clear. We did not win this by selling out. We won this by standing up. We did this! We won this by standing together! You are so beautiful right now. Since we led the way in Maine, right over there, Democrats in nearly 20 states, most through their local conventions, have voted to reform the superdelegate system. 20 states! On top of that, more than 750,000 progressives have signed petitions calling calling for serious structural reform. And we're doing it. We're doing it because we are the party of democracy. We are the party of the 99%, the downtrodden, the forgotten, the working class. Exactly, not for sale. We are fighting to make reforms. We won because Democrats from a very small but very mighty state, Maine, threaded a tight needle to stand for real change against all odds. We won because Democrats across the country organized in our home states. And we won because our Rules Committee members stayed at the table to negotiate a real solution because they heard you asking for it and demanding it, and they got it done. I never thought we'd get it through the Maine convention, and here we're getting it through the national convention. Now you have to understand something. The fight to reform the superdelegate system was never about this election. It was always about democratizing our party for generations to come. And it may be hard, and believe me, it may be messy. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Love does trump hate. And in the end, I stand with my Democratic family in making sure we win this fall. Paul LePage is my governor. I do not need to see anyone like him become the president of this United States. Whether you support Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton, we are all in this together, and we will all have a voice in the Clinton administration. We can work together on so much. And despite any differences we may hold, we all know in our heart of hearts a Donald Trump presidency will not just hurt our party, it will hurt our people. And I am not okay with that. I will always stand strong with Bernie Sanders. And I will also do everything I can do this fall to elect Hillary so that we have a Democrat in the White House. It is time to get to work on building a higher minimum wage, on expanding Social Security, on ensuring equal pay for women, and making sure that the rest of the generation is not saddled with the same level of student debt that my generation is. We are the road ahead. We are united, and fixing the superdelegate system is the path to making sure that our party is the strongest party, not just in this fall, but for the generations to come. Thank you.
Delegates, you have heard speakers from the Clinton and Sanders campaigns speak in favor of the Unity Report recommended for approval by the Rules Committee. The chair will entertain a motion to approve these other proposals as recommended for your approval by the Convention Rules Committee. Do I hear a second? Pursuant to our convention rules, we will now have a voice vote on approving the Unity Report and other proposals as recommended by the Rules Committee. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The chair determines that the ayes have it. As the permanent chair of the 2016 convention, it gives me great pleasure to introduce a fellow member of Congress from Maryland and my dear friend, convention parliamentarian Steny Hoyer. Please welcome Congressman Steny Hoyer.
Thank you, Maryland. Good evening, fellow Democrats and fellow Americans. I'm so proud to be addressing you here in America's first capital, the home of Independence Hall, the Liberty Bell, and the birthplace of our Constitution. I'm proud to serve as the parliamentarian of this convention, and I'm proud to be here with the delegation that I just referenced. My friends from Maryland, all of my friends from Maryland. I love you too. We're here to nominate Hillary Clinton because of her because of her ability, her experience, and her vision for our country. We're also here to show America why Democrats up and down the ticket are ready to lead. Over the past 8 years, President Obama and Vice President Biden worked hard to help Americans emerge from the economic collapse ushered in by Republican policies. For the first 2 years of the President's administration, he had a Democratic Congress that was committed to doing the job and rescuing our economy. Thank you. Millions of Americans worked hard, tightened their belts, they persevered, and never gave up. And with the help from the recovery programs we enacted, America has come back. We know, however, until opportunities come back for every American, there is a lot more work to be done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, since the Republicans took control of the House of Representatives in 2011, they've had a message for the American people. You're on your own. To hardworking immigrants and dreamers, to LGBTQ citizens, to women demanding equal pay, to parents asking for affordable child care and paid family leave, to millions who have health insurance today for the first time through the Affordable Care Act. And the Republican Party has said to all of them, you're on your own. But we say, you're not on your own. We're in this together. Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine and Democrats in Congress will always be on your side. On your side because we believe that we are stronger together. And we are running together, as the previous speaker pointed out, to renew faith in government and help all our people make it in America. Ladies and gentlemen, in his speech to the Republican convention last week, Speaker Ryan said that this election comes down to a contest of ideas. He's right. But we've seen the disastrous results of Republican ideas. And we've seen what they can do to our economy and to our security. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, all of us, those who supported Sanders, those who supported Clinton, those who supported my Governor O'Malley, all of us must bind together for our country and elect Hillary Clinton, President of the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Platform Drafting Committee Chair, Representative Elijah Cummings from Maryland.
Madam Chair, honored delegates, and my fellow Democrats. I stand before you today not as a congressman from the inner city of Baltimore, but as a son of former sharecroppers whose parents started on a farm in the lowlands of South Carolina with no running water, no toilet, but who believed in education and taught their children the value of helping others. My father, the late Robert Cummings, a man who left school after the 4th grade to plow the fields and to pick the cotton. He was one of the smartest people I've ever known. He said, son, the test of a man is not how much he helps himself. The true test is whether he helps those less fortunate. He would say, son, you go to school to get blessed so you can bless. And that is the standard by which he measured me growing up, and is the standard by which I still measure myself. And it's the standard we Democrats use today. I stand before you because my parents saw promise in their 7 children. But my parents did not do it alone. No one does it alone. It was our Democratic Party that pushed open the doors of opportunity for me and for millions of children all across this great country. It was our party that fought for Head Start and good schools and made college affordable and championed affirmative action and school desegregation, that passed Social Security and Medicare, that defended our nation abroad, fought for our veterans back home, that protected the rights and the pensions of our workers, and that made the dream of home ownership possible for millions of American families. Yes, it still is our Democratic Party that championed civil rights and voting rights It's we Democrats who fully understand that when you take away a person's right to vote, you take away their ability to shape and determine their own destiny. And it was, and it is, our Democratic Party that fights for women's rights, gay rights, the LGBTQ rights. Our party does not just believe, but understands that Black lives matter. But we also recognize that our communities and our law enforcement work best when they work together. Our party knows that diversity is not our problem, but it is our promise. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, that's why ours is a party of unity and not division. I'm proud that our party's platform will help not the wealthy, not the 1%, but instead it will help our struggling middle class, our working families, the disadvantaged and the disabled. It will help the less fortunate. Our platform has passed my father's test, and it has done so not by seeking common ground, but aspiring to higher ground. It envisions a nation where we do not merely increase the minimum wage, but we enact a living wage. It envisions a nation in which we eliminate the death penalty, because we as Democrats, we value every life, black, white, Asian, every life. It envisions a nation where we do not have to choose between protecting the environment and creating jobs, but where we can defend our planet against global warming, while at the same time enacting policies that foster job creation, incentivize new startups, and bring expatriated jobs back home. It envisions a nation where every child can get a first-rate education and leave school equipped to compete in a global economy. It envisions an America in which we protect a woman's right to choose, where everyone can get the health care they need when they need it, regardless of their zip code or circumstance. Because health care in our country is not a privilege. It is now, thanks to President Barack Obama, our right as Americans. And so, Madam Chair, when I say my prayers at night and I look up to the heavens, I see the stars, and sometimes I see my father. I know tonight he's smiling on all of us. And he, like me, is proud. Proud of our platform committee, our truly progressive platform, and our great nominee, Hillary Clinton, and our party's bright future. And if my father, that brilliant man with a fourth-grade education, but a mind full of wisdom and common sense, was standing here with us tonight, I know he would be proud of all of you. And he would say these words, that this election is bigger than Hillary Clinton, bigger than Bernie Sanders, it's bigger than all of us. It's about generations yet unborn. And he would say these simple words, you are blessed, so you can bless others. Go out there and vote, and don't stop lifting up the American people. May God bless America.
Just 7 short weeks ago, the process for drafting the party platform began.
You may be seated.
Meeting in Washington, D.C. and Phoenix, Arizona, the 15-member platform drafting committee, led by Congressman Elijah Cummings, held 30 hours of public hearings.
I was so proud to stand behind President Obama when he announced new executive actions aimed at narrowing the loopholes in our laws that make it easy for dangerous people to get their hands on guns.
Nabisco built the largest cookie and cracker production facility in the world in Mexico. My employer never expressed to me or any of my coworkers that they were concerned about our future or the future of our families.
The voices of those who have experienced poverty firsthand must be heard and included in our country's government and in our policies.
We work, struggle, save, but it's never enough.
The committee, including representatives from the Clinton and Sanders campaigns, heard 114 witnesses advocate for important positions for inclusion in the Democratic Party platform.
If we're looking at 118 years for women to be able to be paid fairly, we need to make a radical change.
This will be the first presidential election since Ms. Hamer spoke out more than 50 years ago without the full protections of the Voting Rights Act.
As a person of color and an immigrant, I know we are especially resilient. That's why we are here. But we need to present our children with more than survival. This is why I ask today that as you develop your plans for the future, make climate change mitigation and adaptation a top priority.
Fighting for the middle class, innovation, job creation, economic fairness, removing barriers to full opportunity in our society, combating climate change, making our government more accountable to the people, and so much more.
Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are quite progressive. Engaging and organizing our community is critical to securing equity and justice for all Americans.
Next stop, St. Louis, the drafting committee meeting. With instruction from Chairman Cummings to seek higher ground, the committee deliberated over the issues and positions for this year's party platform.
In the words of Beyonce, you got a lot of folks working 9 to 5 just to stay alive.
After a long day of discussion and some spirited debate, the drafting committee voted to advance its work to the whole platform committee.
We got some great stuff in the platform that's never been there before. I will therefore vote to pass it on in hopes that the conversation continues in Orlando.
I've enjoyed being part of this process. We've made some substantial moves forward. If we're going to try to make this world a better place, then we got to be able to say we're in favor of something.
My gosh, I hope we really recognize the wonderful work that has been done here and move forward and embrace this, and let's move on and win this election.
Finally, Orlando. More than 180 members of the Platform Committee came together from across our diverse party to affirm our vision of how to help make America even better.
I stand here tonight. I am so proud of the Democratic Party. I am proud of the Hillary Clinton campaign. I am proud of the Sanders campaign for ending in a unity amendment like this. This is about what America is going to be. This is a pivotal moment in our history.
The Platform Committee made hundreds of changes and amendments to the draft they received.
This is a moment that shows who the Democratic Party is. A party of people, a party of passion.
In the end, the Platform Committee came together in spirit of unity and progress for the future of our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am so proud to be a Democrat tonight. I want to thank both of our campaigns. I want to thank Bernie Sanders. I want to thank Hillary Clinton. And I look forward to electing the first woman president of the United States of America.
The document they created, aspirational, positive, and future-oriented, is our 2016 Democratic National Committee platform.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Platform Committee co-chairs Shirley Franklin from Georgia and Governor Dannel Malloy from Connecticut.
As co-chair of the Platform Committee, I am proud to present the Platform Committee report. As a Democrat, I am privileged to be here at this momentous and historic occasion, honoring our party's legacy and standing on the shoulders of giants. I can't help but be reminded of Congresswoman Barbara Jordan, the first Black woman to give a keynote address at the Democratic Convention. In 1996, she asked, "Are we to be one people bound together by common spirit, sharing in common endeavor, or will we become a divided nation?" I believe we are faced with the same question today. And I believe we and Hillary Clinton have the answer. 3 weeks ago, 187 members heard testimony from 144 witnesses. We deliberated for hours. We took comments from experts, advocates, elected officials, and neighbors, co-workers, and friends. And in the most open and transparent process in our party's history, we drafted the most progressive platform ever. It's a bold vision for working families, social justice, and the continued prosperity and security of our country. And it is reflective of our values as Democrats, the party of inclusion. We know that the common endeavor that Barbara Jordan called for 40 years ago is just as powerful and profound today. And we know that our party, our country, is stronger together. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move for the adoption of the platform report.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Paul Booth from the District of Columbia.
Sisters and brothers, colleagues on the drafting committee, my friends on the Sanders campaign with whom I was proud to work through and adopt these hard-fought agreements, I am proud to help present the most ambitious platform the Democratic Party has ever offered. Democrats of every stripe came together to create this bold plan for progress, and make no mistake, it is a win for middle-class families and all those trying to get there. It has historic investments in infrastructure that will put people to work, strengthen our communities, and make our nation more competitive in the 21st century. It has a declaration to raise the minimum wage, and Americans need to earn $15 an hour at least. It has support for the public services, the public schools, and the public workers who are the backbone of our country and keep our neighborhoods strong, safe, and thriving. And it has progressive and high standards on trade to protect American workers. And it commits us to take on directly and forcefully the challenges of systemic racism in America. This platform fights for social justice, for equal pay and higher pay, for safe and secure retirement, and for the right to organize labor unions. To Americans who are having it rough trying to make ends meet, to those who have seen heartbreaking violence, to those who think that the American dream is slipping out of reach, or that climate change is hopelessly irreversible, we have done our best to pave a hopeful path forward. Our platform isn't a bunch of slogans. To achieve our high hopes, we offer plans, not empty promises. And we need leaders capable of delivering those plans. And that's exactly who we are nominating: Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. Who agree and will carry out our vision. The Republican platform The Republican platform would not make America great. The Republican platform would pull the rug out from under us, legalizing discrimination, cutting holes in the social safety net, austerity for you and me, while the corporate elite and billionaires get special privileges, and more deregulation, more privatization, and union busting at the expense of working families. That would not make America great. And neither will the gridlock that we've been living with. Americans need a better option. And that's exactly what this bold agenda represents. But words alone are not enough. This platform needs a mandate from the voters of America. And that demands that we come together and work together and organize together and mobilize together anywhere and everywhere we can win to win this November and beyond. Brothers and sisters, none of the visionary proposals that we've committed to, the policies that brought millions of us into activist engagement in the primaries, none can be achieved without that mandate from the voters. Let's face it, Americans are skeptical. They've seen Republican partisanship blocking millions of people from Medicaid. They've even seen it shut down the government. So they ask, can we deliver for working men and women? Our answer, yes, we can. We can be proud of what we've written together. We should be. The solutions Americans want and need are in this platform. So let's ratify it together. Let's take it out on the road together. And with these progressive principles guiding us, let's elect Democrats from the White House to the 50 state houses together. Thank you.
Please welcome Ben Jealous from Maryland.
Well, good evening. My name is Benjamin Todd Jealous. I'm a civil rights organizer and the son of two teachers whose marriage was against the law 50 years ago. You can say I've spent my entire life pulling people together to prove that love trumps hate. And I'm proud to be one of the 1,900 delegates here tonight from the Bernie Sanders campaign. Bernie will be here tonight, and as he said to us today, today is our day to begin to unify so we can defeat Donald Trump. And I'm looking forward to joining him, along with all of us, to take back the Senate, elect great local and state change makers, defeat Trump, and make Hillary Clinton president of these United States. And I am proud to support this platform, the most progressive platform in the history of our party. It empowers us all to pull together and win big victories at the ballot box and beyond. You see, I hail from the great state of Maryland, where we are a state where Democrats have shown that when we all come together as one, we win more, bigger, and better victories faster. 4 years ago, when it seemed like reactionary Republicans were assailing everybody's rights everywhere, all at once, we in Maryland adopted the motto of the Three Musketeers and said, all for one and one for all. In the year that followed, we abolished the death penalty, passed marriage equality, decriminalized low-level possession of marijuana, passed the DREAM Act, expanded voting rights, and passed sensible gun safety reform. And it is in that same spirit that we present this platform tonight and say to the college students and graduates who are drowning in debt, join us at the ballot box this fall, and together we will make college radically more affordable. To communities devastated by both mass incarceration and murder, join us at the ballot box, and together we will shift our nation's priorities away from the failed war on drugs and towards rehabilitation and the reincorporation of men and women returning from prison into our economy. And public safety strategies, not law and order foolishness, but public safety strategies that actually make us safer. To the hard-working parents who bear that special pain that comes when you realize that your family just can't survive on $7.25, we say join us at the ballot box, and we will win the fight for 15 and raise the minimum wage from coast to coast to $15 per hour. And to residents of rural communities and urban areas ravaged by the poisoning of their wells and their water supply, we say, join us at the ballot box, and we will ensure that your voice is heard, your water is made clean, and our nation shifts away from gas and coal and towards wind and solar. And to people of good conscience everywhere who are tired of seeing our neighbors abused, scapegoated, and killed because of racism, transphobia, homophobia, and xenophobia, we say join us at the ballot box, and together we will move America forward to become the most perfect example of the unity and dignity of the human family that the world has ever seen. And to all Americans, we say, we are the party of FDR, JFK, MLK, Shirley Chisholm, Barbara Mikulski, Barack Obama, and Hillary Clinton. We broke the gender barrier at the Senate and the color barrier at the White House. Join us at the ballot box, and we will elect Hillary Clinton president of these United States, defeat Donald Trump, and build a better America for all our daughters and sons. Let's come together, y'all, and let's go win this. God bless.
A motion has been made to adopt the 2016 Democratic National Platform as recommended by the Platform Committee. Is there a second? Pursuant to our rules, we will now have a voice vote on approving the Platform Committee's report. All those in favor say aye. Let's go. there any opposition? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you very much to our Platform Committee co-chairs, Shirley Franklin and Governor Daniel Malloy, and the members of the Platform Committee, as well as our Platform Drafting Committee Chair, Representative Elijah Cummings, and the members of the Drafting Committee. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Robert Brady from Pennsylvania.
Welcome to my district, and welcome to Philadelphia, the city that's made America free. Today makes history again. This is the birthplace of our great democracy, the home of Independence Hall and the Liberty Bell. But independence and liberty have never been given. We have to fight for it and defend these principles each generation. That has always been the work of the brave men and women of the armed services. To all who have served, who have loved ones serving, thank you. To all who have defended our freedom, but never came home, prisoners of war and those missing in action, we remember you. You are not forgotten. As Americans living in freedom, each of us has a responsibility to always remember the sacrifices of those that did not come home and those whose safe return we are still waiting for. We hold them in our hearts every single day. Across this great land and throughout greater Philadelphia, in venues from city halls to sports arenas, an empty chair honors our missing heroes. I was proud to pass a law to place one such chair in the United States Capitol forever. And at this Democratic convention, we also saved them a seat, an empty chair that will serve as a reminder of those members and POWs and what they did for our country. A reminder that we all have a responsibility to remember. Please turn to the Pennsylvania delegation, where we keep this meaningful memorial, the POW MIA National Chair of Honor, right here in Pennsylvania delegation. Now I ask all of you to stand and observe a moment of silence for our POW MIA Americans. Please stand. Thank you. And thank you for honoring their courage and commitment to our great community. Let's give them one more rousing round of applause. Please, thank you. To our veterans. Let's go, New York. I can't hear you. Virginia. How about Pennsylvania? How about Pennsylvania? Let's break it up for our veterans. Thank you for all you do. And to keep Donald Trump out of the White House, someone who disrespects our POWs like John McCain. And thank you all for all you do to elect our next president, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Thank you. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Brendan Boyle from Pennsylvania.
Welcome to the nation's birthplace, my hometown, Philadelphia. Right here in the sweltering summer of 1776, a nation was conceived, not for a single race or religion, but out of a shared commitment to powerful ideals that would inspire the world over. My father came to America when he was 19. He came here to enjoy the same rights and pursue the same opportunities that our founders dreamed of 2 centuries ago. He knew that in this country, his children would be considered just as American as the descendants of the Mayflower. My father's a janitor, cleaning the same train stations many of us rode past to get here tonight. My mother was a school crossing guard. My brother and I grew up in a small Philadelphia row home where we were raised to believe that in this country, if you work hard, where you come from doesn't determine where you're going. Thanks to many sacrifices, a lot of student loans, and a little luck, I became the first in my family to go to college. As Democrats, our mission is to make more stories like mine more common, not less so. But all Donald Trump wants to do is tell you who's to blame, to fan the flames of anxiety, and to exploit them in the most negative, divisive, dangerous ways. This is why Hillary Clinton's vision is so important. It's the opportunity for wages that help Americans join the middle class and stay there. A plan to ensure that women receive equal pay for equal work. A pathway to college and a ladder into the working world. Now, Donald Trump says the American dream is dead. Why does he want to lead America when he doesn't even believe in America? Donald Trump is wrong. This is a remarkable country. By geography and by destiny, we are a land set apart. We Democrats come to Philadelphia this week to reaffirm our commitment to our founding ideals. We come here to renew our fight to make the American dream a reality for all. We come here to elect Hillary Clinton, the next President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Raul Grijalva from Arizona.
Good evening. I stand here in support of Hillary Clinton. In behalf of our future and in recognition of our proud past. I am reminded today of all the important fights of the past 50 years fought and won by progressive leaders of our party. I came of age admiring Democrats who fought for civil rights, for women's rights, for clean air, clean water, and for peace, and the many other great advancements made in this country that made it a better place. I came of age with a party that believed the public good, not the size of a donor's check, was a true measure of an idea. And, my friends, a new generation is coming of age today. Millions of young people, all ethnicities, all backgrounds, all income levels, are looking for us to stay true to the party's great ideals. They look to us hoping we will put their needs above those of the already rich and the already powerful. Their idealism, their optimism, their belief in America, they are no different than the idealism that built this nation or the idealism that won progressive fights of a generation ago. Their idealism is just as powerful and, yes, just as fragile. In this election and in everything we do, we must remember that and be worthy of it. I wouldn't be here today supporting our nominee if the Democrats of 50 years ago hadn't had their courage. I wouldn't be here if our party was built on the likes of Donald Trump, who's trying to make our country meaner, hateful, more divided, and more fearful. I'm proud to be, very proud to be part of a movement that's going to beat Donald Trump, that's going to help elect Hillary Clinton, and that's going to turn that idealism into a governing philosophy we can all be proud of. So now it's time. Let's go win this. Let's win it for our people, and let's win it for our nation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Nita Lowey from New York.
Good evening. Good evening. It is my pleasure to join you in the city of brotherly love to nominate our first sister president. In the United States Congress, I have the privilege to represent teachers and first responders, veterans, and college students, small business owners and seniors, and my good friend and colleague, the next President of the United States of America, Hillary Clinton. has she been our First Lady and Secretary of State. Hillary has been our neighbor, our friend, and for 8 years, our fierce ally in the United States Senate. Here's what I learned from working closely with her for many years. Hillary doesn't just fight the tough battles, Hillary wins them. And in the dark days after September 11th, Hillary's leadership on behalf of New York was unsurpassed. She consoled those who lost loved ones. She brought home the assistance to get New York back on its feet. And long after the cameras were gone, Hillary helped secure health care for the police, the firefighters, and EMTs who were sick because they ran toward ground zero as everyone else ran away. Hillary represented the diverse needs of the entire state of New York, fighting to keep VA hospitals and military bases open, helping to get produce from farms to market, and giving small businesses the tools to grow and hire. She was a strong voice for New York's state-of-the-art hospitals, our colleges and universities. Of course, Hillary's achievements reach beyond the Empire State. From her work to support family caregivers, to make family planning accessible for every American woman. And to help provide 8 million American children with health insurance. And she is respected around the world for her skilled diplomacy, impeccable leadership, and advancement of rights for women and girls. Hillary has devoted her life and career to public service and strengthening America's middle class. Now, Donald Trump has devoted his life and career to, well, Donald Trump. Hillary will always put our families first. And that's why on our ballots, we put Hillary first. And now, I am happy to be joined by New York leaders who know Hillary Clinton, who respect Hillary Clinton, and will continue to work to elect Hillary Clinton, the next President of the United States. And now, I am so pleased to introduce another great leader from New York, Adriana Espaillat.
Thank you.
Hello, Democrats. Any Democrats in the House? Hello, New York. I am Senator Adriano Espaillat. And when I take my office as your new congressman in January, I will become the first Dominican American to ever serve in the U.S. Congress. Perhaps even just as important, I will be the first member of Congress who was once undocumented as an immigrant. You take that, Donald Trump! For us immigrants, our commitment to this country isn't always found in our papers, in our documents. Even on our worst day, that tall, elegant lady sits in New York Harbor and she says to Donald Trump every day, "Give me your tire, give me your poor, your huddled masses waiting to breathe free." With every callus in our hand, the fruits that we plant are elements of our work. The skyscrapers that we built and the adopted soil that we choose to defend. With every callus on our hand, we build the bridges between our dreams and our destiny. For Donald Trump, that is scary. For Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine, it is inspiring. So let's keep building, let's keep dreaming, and let's elect Hillary Clinton as our next president so we can be stronger together. Para mí será un honor ser el primer congresista de origen dominicano y el primero en este país que fue inmigrante indocumentado. A Donald Trump esto le da miedo. Para Hillary Clinton y Tim Kaine es inspirador. Con nuestro apoyo vamos a elegir a Hillary y a Tim y seremos vencedores porque en la unión está la fuerza. ¿Se puede? ¿Se puede? ¡Se puede! ¡Es para allá que vamos! Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take the 2016 Democratic Convention official photo. We would like to ask all the delegates and guests to get to your seats quickly and make sure there is no movement in the hall. The photo is being taken by Abbas Shermahamadi, fourth-generation photographer using a 100-year-old camera that has captured all the past DNCC convention and the past 6 presidential inaugural ceremonies. Please look towards the center of the hall where the camera is in a high tripod and listen to the instructions from the photographer.
Please do not just want to hear you go 1, 2. 3, the camera is moving, please. Do not move. Hold your mouth, please. Beautiful. Nice smile. You will see this photograph in area 112, along with previous convention shots. I do appreciate your cooperation. Good luck to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Oregon House Speaker Tina Kotek, California President Pro Tem Kevin De Leon, and Georgia House Democratic Leader Stacey Abrams.
Good evening. I'm Tina Kotek, Vice Chair of the Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee and Speaker of the House from the great state of Oregon. Can we move the prompter a second? Well, I'll say that again. Thank you very much. As the first lesbian speaker of any state house in our nation, thank you. I have personally witnessed the tremendous progress towards equality and justice for the LGBTQ community. We have come so far, and we cannot go back. I'm known for being someone who tells it like it is. And the fact is, I'm with Hillary because she is with me. Hillary Clinton understands that the work to improve the lives of everyday Americans doesn't just need to happen in Washington, D.C. It needs to happen in state capitals all across our country. Just like Hillary, Oregon Democrats and Democratic state legislators across the country are proud to stand up for the hard-working people we represent. We have been leading the country by advancing progressive policies that level the playing field and create an economy that works for all Americans. From raising the minimum wage, to guaranteeing paid family and medical leave, to ending racial profiling, Democratic leaders in the states are fighting to get it done. And now, we need to elect Hillary Clinton to ensure the progress we are making isn't compromised by risky, reckless leadership in the Oval Office. From the State House to the White House, we need leaders like Hillary Clinton who will stand up to the bullies who threaten fairness and equality, who offer real solutions that put working families first, and build an economy that gives everyone a fair shot at success. Hillary Clinton is our answer to intolerance and fear, and I have her back because I know she stands with all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina, and thank you for what you do for the great state of Oregon. Friends, I'm Kevin DeLeon, Senate President from the great state of California. And I'm with Hillary because she has spent a lifetime fighting for families just like mine. As the son of a single immigrant mother with a third-grade education, I know how important the work of our state capitals can be. We open doors of opportunity to hard-working Americans who don't have the luxury of a family inheritance or a pedigreed name. Democrats in California have led the way by raising the minimum wage, expanding affordable child care, establishing our own state's DREAM Act to keep families together, keeping college affordable, and creating more than 500,000 clean energy jobs through our landmark climate laws. We've made unprecedented progress in every area. And when we elect Hillary Clinton as our next president, I know that our progress will be America's progress. These are the progressive policies that have made California the 6th largest economy on planet Earth. And my friends, this is how Democrats govern. And when Democrats lead, everyone has a shot to succeed. Not by shouting xenophobic, bombastic rhetoric but into the microphones, but by taking bold, purposeful, intentional policies and implementing them and igniting innovation that leaves no one behind. And that's how you improve the human condition. Democrats don't alienate, isolate, exclude, or demonize. And we don't manufacture fear. That's a sign of weakness. We look to solve inequality, empower the forgotten and the overlooked, and expand the winner's circle for everyone, irrespective of who you are, where you come from, the language you speak, or the hue of your skin. And we fight for fair and equal pay for all women because we know that our economy works better when we all work together. Friends, we're all Democrats. And more importantly, we are Americans. And I got a message for Donald J. Trump. Nosotros no construyemos muros, los tumbamos. We don't build walls here. we tear them down. Thank you.
I am Stacey Abrams, and I join you today from the great state of Georgia, where I am honored to lead the Democrats in the Georgia House of Representatives and to serve on the board of the DLCC. Growing up as the daughter of a librarian and a shipyard worker in southern Mississippi, my family was hit time and again by the economic insecurity that is too often driven by racism, sexism, and the ills that come with being born in the wrong zip code. Still, every day, my parents taught us, all 6 of their children, to celebrate through service the grace that is America. To understand that no matter how little we may have had, there was always someone with less, and it was our job to serve that person. To know that even the most powerful among us, the strongest among us, did not rise up alone. No matter where we start, we all need help. We all need opportunity. And when we succeed, we prosper together. That grace that my parents talked about changes the lives of our families, our communities, our countries, and the fortunes of generations who will follow. Hillary Clinton understands that government at all levels is a profound expression of our common humanity and our shared values, of our aspirations, not our fears. And that is why I am so very proud to stand with this remarkable woman, with the thousands of fellow state legislators, and with each of you as we elect Hillary to be the 45th president of these United States. I am here today as part of a new American majority, one that has the courage to work together rather than tear our nation apart. We are the architects of solutions to help families raise healthy children and make a living wage, rather than crippling our economic future and pushing dangerous policies that deny Medicaid expansion and reproductive choice. We fight for more because that is who we are. The Democratic Party is the party of civil rights and human rights, of space flight and moonshots. We will always be the party of progress and inclusion, and we will not allow this country to return to an era of discrimination. Instead, we will elect Hillary Clinton, a clear-eyed leader who sees the future and races toward it, fearless and bold, because she knows and we know that America is and must always be stronger together. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Mayor of Philadelphia, Jim Kenney.
Yo, Pennsylvania. On behalf of the great people of this city, welcome to Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the city that makes history, and we're ready to do it again when this convention nominates the first woman president of the United States. Today, however, I want to share a Philadelphia story you probably don't know. In 1844, an early version of the Know Nothing political party held a rally here to protest the threat that Irish Catholic immigrants pose to the American way of life. They claim, these immigrants, people like my family, were more likely to commit crimes than native-born citizens. Does that sound familiar? This rhetoric led to riots. St. Michael and St. Augustine churches were burned to the ground. Some 20 people died. I'm telling you this story for one reason. It's happening again. The Know-Nothings have returned, and last week in Cleveland, they vowed to take their country back this November. But they got it all wrong. It was never their country in the first place. Whether our families came to this country in 1776 or 1976 or 2016, this country belongs to all of us. Now, many of us thought we defeated the Know-Nothings 8 years ago when we elected our first black president, Barack Obama. But the fact is that meaningful change never happens all at once. You have to fight for it. A few weeks ago, after 2 previous attempts, Philadelphia became the first major city to pass a soda tax that will fund pre-K, community schools, and parks, recreation centers, and library innovations all throughout the city. Recently, I was speaking to an immigrant restaurant owner who told me that he supported the tax even though he sells soda because it was going to help the neighborhood children. He said, "We didn't come here just to get rich. We came here to make a better life for ourselves and everyone else." I can't tell you how angry I am that he and all of our immigrant brothers and sisters had to hear the ugly things said in Cleveland. But we can't let that anger overwhelm us. That's what Know-Nothings do. Instead, we have to come together. Because when this country comes together, families who used to have to choose between groceries or health care are no longer hungry or sick. When we come together, children whose destiny was once determined by their zip code get a start in pre-K that they deserve. And when we come together, the Know-Nothings who overran Philadelphia in 1844 will finally be defeated with the election of Hillary Clinton as President of the United States in 2016. Let's get to work. Thank you, and enjoy Philadelphia.
Consulting with consistently so that you're ready on day one?
I'm speaking with myself, number one, because I have a very good brain and I've said a lot of things.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Governor Dannel Malloy from Connecticut.
Thank you very much. I'm here today to tell you a story of hope, a story of why we are stronger together. It's a story of a young boy with physical and severe learning disabilities, a child for whom reading and writing were almost impossible, a child thought to be, as the term was used in the early 1960s, mentally retarded as late as the 4th grade, a boy who could not tie his shoe or button his shirt until the 5th grade. Someone who knew the harsh words of bullies in the playground and discrimination in the classroom. But that boy had great teachers, and he had a mother who believed deeply in giving him the opportunities for success. He had a support system that believed that we are stronger together when we lift up those who fall behind. And that boy was lifted up. He learned his strengths. He overcame his difficulties. He went on to be successful in college and law school, then earning the right to be the first learning-impaired person to take the essay portion of a bar exam orally in 3 different states. And today, that boy has now grown up and is standing before you as the governor of the state of Connecticut. And proud to be addressing the Democratic National Convention. See, this is my story, a story of why we are stronger together. It's an American story. After all, our communities are bound by the shared understanding that we are stronger together, that we need to lift up our brothers and sisters and ignore the shouts and taunts of bullies amongst us. That is one reason why I'm a Democrat, and that is why I am proud to support Hillary Clinton for President of the United States. Like Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine, I believe that we must instill hope in every American. It doesn't matter their race or their gender or who they love or where their parents were born or their religion or what their learning abilities are. Every child, every American deserves to have an opportunity to be successful in this life. That's what we stand for as Democratic governors. We stand for solving problems and bringing hope to more Americans. Hope for fairer wages, hope for better schools, and hope for more time to spend with the families they love. We're proud to count amongst our alumni former Governor Bill Clinton, and we're proud to count amongst our alumni former Governor Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine, who as governor of Virginia led his state through the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression while creating jobs in the process. And today I am here to tell you that the middle class in America is getting stronger thanks to the work of Democratic governors. In Washington, D.C., Republicans will block any innovative idea that has a scarlet letter D for Democrat next to it. But in the states run by Democratic governors, we're about solving problems. Every day we work to create jobs and improve access to quality education and expand opportunities for Americans. That's exactly what we've done in Connecticut. We've added over 100,000 jobs while raising the minimum wage. We passed criminal justice reform that gives nonviolent offenders a second chance. We've lowered our prison population by thousands and thousands of individuals, while we cut our crime rate to the lowest it has been in 48 years. And after the Sandy Hook school tragedy, we passed common sense gun safety laws, including universal background checks in our state of Connecticut. We have moved towards equal pay by making compensation more transparent. And we were the first state in the nation 5 years ago to pass paid sick leave. And guess what? Not only are our workers protecting their health, but they're also protecting the health of the people they serve. And overwhelmingly, the businesses they work for approve of paid sick leave today. Democratic governors across this country are leading the way. In New York and Delaware, we've raised the minimum wage. In Rhode Island and Montana, we've taken action for equal pay. In Oregon and California, we've passed paid sick leave. Across the map, we have passed Medicaid expansion. And of course, we've made historic investments in education, including right here in Pennsylvania under Governor Tom Wolf. Democratic governors and the Democratic Party are focused on the issues that matter to working families. And that's exactly what Hillary Clinton will focus on as our next president. Now, meanwhile, Donald Trump, who has insulted anyone who doesn't agree with him or doesn't look like him, women, Mexican Americans, veterans, Muslim Americans, the LGBTQ community, and people with disabilities, you name them, and Donald Trump has bullied them. Now, I know something about bullies, and I know why we must stand up to them. If Donald Trump's words are bad, and they are, his actions are worse. Just look at his vice presidential choice, Governor Mike Pence. With the Trump-Pence ticket, it's like a contest to see who can discriminate more. Pence rejected $80 million in federal money that would have funded pre-K for 4,000 low-income children. He signed a law that would have forced women to hold funerals for fetuses, even in some cases after a miscarriage. He signed another law that would discriminate against people based on who they love and how they express that. That law cost Indiana's economy an estimated $60 million in lost business. And in another state, North Carolina, a very similar law has caused the NBA to move the All-Star game out of that state. Governor Pence turned his back on refugee children and their parents. I know this firsthand. The first family of refugees rejected by him are now welcome residents in the state of Connecticut. The Trump-Pence ticket brings the worst of the Republican gubernatorial record to the national stage, and it shows why we need to fight back at the local level. Governors work where the rubber meets the road, where we drive innovative policies that can move across the nation. Democratic governors are critical to winning this battle at the state level. That's why the DGA exists. We're the only organization focused on electing Democratic governors and supporting their policies. We're fighting for these policies today, and we're fighting for the future by focusing on winning back governor seats before redistricting occurs in 2020. You all know this. You know that the Republicans rigged the map in 2010. That's why we need strong Democratic governors to fight for fair maps and the policies that we all believe in and that should be coming out of the Congress of the United States. Together we can and will help lift up every American so that they can live the American dream. Because we as Democrats believe that we are stronger together. God bless you and thank you very much.
Republicans hold the House, even though Americans voted for more Democrats.
When Republicans won the majority of state houses in 2010, it ensured they'd be redrawing the maps in those states. And lo and behold, it paid off in 2012.
Republicans drew congressional maps that look like inkblot tests.
In many states, governors have veto power over the redistricting lines drawn by legislators.
Brazen political redistricting has helped the GOP keep control of the House, regardless of what voters might prefer.
They were able to do that in large part because of a highly effective Republican plan set in motion years earlier.
But in states with Democratic governors, we stopped the Republican power grab. Now Democratic governors are restoring voting rights and protecting our right to vote.
Oregon is first to push to get more people to vote, not fewer.
Governor John Hickenlooper signed the Colorado Voter Access and Modernized Elections Act.
Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe made history today.
Connecticut approved Election Day registration.
So with congressional redistricting coming up again after 2020, it's simple. If you want more Democrats in Congress and a stronger Democratic Party, then elect more Democratic governors and help unrig the map.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the 2016 Democratic National Convention Committee, Reverend Leah Daughtry.
My sister and brother Democrats, welcome to Philadelphia. Our extraordinary team has worked tirelessly to make this week worthy of the history happening here at the 2016 Democratic National Convention. We gather in Philadelphia, the birthplace of American democracy, to celebrate the most enduring of American values, that of we the people. When we as Democrats say we the people, it has perhaps
a different meaning than it does for our friends on the other side of the aisle. When Democrats say we the people, we mean all the people. All the people, regardless of race, color, creed, or ethnicity. All the people, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. All the people, those with plenty and those with little. The boats at the bottom and the boats coasting on the top. All the people, the least, the last, the lost, the locked in and the left behind. Because we know that our diversity is not our problem, it is our promise. And we understand that you don't have to be just like me to be just like me. We believe that we have a mission, a mandate, and a responsibility to work, fight, and act on behalf of those who cannot work, fight, and act for themselves. We have a mission to ensure that our public leaders reflect all the values of all the people that they serve. We have a mandate to leave no one behind, because none of us succeeds unless all of us succeed. And we have a moral obligation, grounded in our common values, to live not as islands unto ourselves, but in a beloved community with each other. And this idea requires that we recognize the intrinsic worth of every person, and starting right now to make an investment in their futures. When our founding fathers and mothers created this document and wrote, "We the people," not even 5 miles from where we stand today, they set our country off on an ongoing journey toward a more perfect union. And this week, we will take one huge step toward breaking the hardest, highest glass ceiling and nominating our candidate, Hillary Rodham Clinton, who not only believes that we the people means all the people, but that regardless of what you look like or where you come from, what you believe or who you love, we are always stronger together. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
You're the girl for me. You don't know me, but you make me so happy. I tried to call you before, but I lost my neighbor. My nation, I was disturbed. Jenny, I got your number. Make you mine. Jenny, don't change the number. 8675309. 8675309. 8675309. 8675309. I got it. I got your number on the
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Podesta, Clinton Campaign Chair.
Hello, Democrats! I want to begin by saying thank you to all of you across the country who have volunteered your time, donated what you could, signed up at HillaryClinton.com. You have voted to make Hillary Clinton the nominee of the Democratic Party. This is your victory. And to everyone who supported Senator Sanders, this is your victory too. I've known Bernie since I was a young staffer for Senator Pat Leahy, and he was mayor of Burlington. He stood up to the special interests and fought to give working people a fairer economy and a bigger say. And those are the same values that he brought to this campaign, and our party and our country are better for it. Donald Trump has different values. He built his career by ripping people off, stiffing contractors, and skipping out on his bills through bankruptcy. He is too erratic, dangerous, and divisive to trust to the White House. You know, I'm a fortunate grandson of Italian and Greek immigrants with a blue-collar dad and a pink-collar mom. I've had the honor to serve two great presidents who fought for working people and met the challenges of their time. Now, like all of you, I'm working to elect a president who has the experience, vision, values, and grit to make progress in these turbulent times. That person is Hillary Clinton. Hillary will be a president who gets results. She'll take on powerful special interests in a rigged system to make our economy work for everyone, not just those at the top. And she'll be a champion for our children and our families. With your hard work, we can build a better future for everyone. Steel workers and school teachers, farm families and military families, the forgotten middle class, and those who have been left out and left behind, and immigrants, people like my family and yours who struggled to get here, who built this country, and who love America. That's who we're fighting for. That's who this election is about. That's why she picked Tim Kaine as her running mate, a man with a deep core and a passion for service. And if we work overtime for the next 105 days, we will succeed in making history and elect the first woman president of the United States. Thank you.
I don't want to sound too much like a chauvinist, but when I come home and dinner's not ready, I go through the roof, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Linda Sanchez from California.
Buenas noches. Good evening, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you. My name is Linda Sanchez, and I have the honor of representing California's 38th Congressional District and serving as the chairwoman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. We are a diverse caucus, and we bring an important perspective to the decisions that shape the future of our country. We embody the promise of the American dream, that you can achieve success in our great country if you are willing to work hard enough for it. The Hispanic Caucus is made up of 26 talented members who are veterans, attorneys, business owners, doctors, and engineers, just to name a few. Our caucus is growing, and this November, we have the opportunity to elect outstanding Hispanic candidates from across the country. And with Loretta Sanchez and Catherine Cortez Masto, we will elect a Latina to the U.S. Senate. I'm proud of the Hispanic Caucus and the work that we do every day to make our country stronger. Take a look.
What inspired me really to run for Congress is the situation along the border in California. We have a lot of very good people, but there's a lot of needs. And so I wanted to run and make a difference.
When I worked as a 911 dispatcher for LAPD, it pushed me into a life of politics that I never thought that I would ever be a part of.
My member of Congress, a Republican and 18-year incumbent, wouldn't meet with me on an education issue. So I went home and I said to my family, I'm going to run for Congress. And I ran and we won.
I use this opportunity all the time to try to bring unity as much as I can in the committees that I serve on and in the Congress of the United States, which these days means bringing unity to the whole country.
I ran for Congress because I think it's important that Congress look like America, and I'm part of the 52 million Latinos in the United States and proud to be a member of Congress.
It's important because we bring the flavor of Latinos to Congress, and that makes a difference in having them recognize that we too need a seat at the table.
I have a responsibility to everybody, but certainly also for those people that are Latinos, to make sure that we are not invisible, that people take us into account too. It's very important that we come together, but at the same time, it's very important not to forget anybody, including Latinos and Latinas.
Being a Latina member really is about representing your community, making sure that your community has a voice. It's about exhibiting leadership and showing young Latina women that anything that they dream of is possible.
Millions and millions of people still live in the shadows. What's at stake in November is that we have to solve our immigration system. We have to make sure it works fairly for everyone. We have to ensure that there's a path to legalization.
This November's election is very important for our community. We have a lot at stake, and by being active and getting others to be active, we can make sure that our voice is heard.
Make sure that you get out and vote. Take your family out to vote, take your friends out to vote. Be the voice like I am for those who do not have one.
Our worst nightmare in this election cycle is to see low voter turnout. And as Latinos, we should be proud of the fact that many of our people have fought hard and given their lives for the right to vote. We should take it seriously, and let's get out there and vote.
I know how much she cares. I know she understands that in America, when we're together, we're stronger.
Hillary Clinton is by far the best choice because she's the one that's going to move our country forward.
I know Hillary to be a fighter, someone who gets things done.
I support Hillary because she has a lifelong relationship with the Latino community and she's always been in our corner.
I have 2 daughters, and my daughters are so excited to finally have a woman president. And as a woman, they look up to her, but also as Latinas, they're very excited to see that the mold is changing. That has to happen.
I encourage you to vote for Secretary Clinton, and I will say Viva Democratic Party.
She's badass and ready to lead.
We are here at this historic Democratic convention to nominate Hillary Clinton, the next president, and Tim Kaine, the next vice president of the United States. I want to share a little bit of my story because it's an American story. It's the story of millions of Latinos and Latinas across this country. I'm the daughter of immigrant parents from Mexico. They came to this country and worked hard every day to provide for me and my brothers and sisters. My father, Ignacio, was an industrial mechanic, and my mother, Maria, became an elementary school teacher after raising a family. They owned their own home. They sent all 7 of their children to college. My mother and father saved and sacrificed to achieve the American dream for our family. They weren't given their success, they earned it. Donald Trump believes that Mexican immigrants are murderers and rapists. But what about my parents, Donald? Let me tell you what my parents are. They are the only parents in our nation's 265-year history to send not 1, but 2 daughters to the United States Congress. Like my parents, Hillary Clinton believes the United States is a country where people of all backgrounds can make a home and a better life. But that America isn't possible if we allow Donald Trump and his Republican Party to build a wall that divides us. I stand here tonight as the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and a proud Congresswoman from California, but most importantly, I'm here as a mom. We all want what's best for our kids. We want our children to grow up to be healthy, successful, and kind-hearted. Our job is to nurture them and be good role models for them to follow as they grow. Now, I'll be the first to tell you that being a parent is hard, but Donald Trump is making it a whole lot harder. He has taken the low road time and time again. He's been vulgar and he's been intolerant, or as we say in Spanish, un sinvergüenza. He peddles fear and insecurity to divide the people of this great country. Tell me, what kind of example would we set for our children by allowing a bully to sit in the Oval Office? We know that our children aren't born with hate or racism in their hearts. They learn it from watching the world around them and following the example of the adults in their life. Too many of our children are watching and learning the wrong lessons from Donald Trump. We've seen it in an Indiana basketball game where a group of white students started chanting "Build that wall" to taunt players from a predominantly Hispanic high school. This is the behavior that Donald Trump inspires in our youth. A Trump presidency would be a signal to our children that we condone this kind of behavior. Well, that is a message I refuse to accept. Who we vote for says a lot about our values. There are few moments in history that have an impact on the trajectory of the world. And I believe that this election is one of those moments. Our children are watching us. Their future depends on the outcome of this race. Do we want a responsible leader or a loudmouth bully? Do we want a president who respects women or who calls them names and devalues them? Do we want a president who appreciates the contributions immigrants make to our country or someone who vilifies them? Hillary Clinton is the only choice for president. She is a president we can be proud of. And Donald, let me just say this. America is great. It is the country that gave my family the opportunity for a better life, just like all immigrants who came before them. It is because of our diversity that we are the envy of the world. Hillary siempre nos ha apoyado y ella nos necesita. Tenemos que respaldarla y votar en las elecciones en noviembre. Like I said in the video, Hillary Clinton is badass and ready to lead. Let's win in November.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Boston Mayor Marty Walsh.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Massachusetts. Thank you. Good evening, delegates. My name is Marty Walsh, and I'm an alcoholic. On April 23rd, 1995, I hit rock bottom. I woke up with little memory of the night before and even less hope for the days to come. Everybody was losing faith in me. Everybody except my family and the labor movement. I followed my father into the building trades when I was 18 years old. Labor gave my immigrant family a chance, and the labor community got me the help I needed and gave me a second chance. "18 years later, I became the mayor of Boston, a city of big dreams and a big heart. As mayor, I work to get everyone a fair shot and a second chance, whether it's apprenticeships, free community college, or help starting a business. There's no doubt in my mind that Hillary Clinton is the champion American workers need. She will help workers get the skills, the jobs, and the child care they need to support strong families. She believes in an America that's not just for those with advantages. She believes in an America for those who need a helping hand, people struggling with addiction, moms working 2 jobs, students in debt, seniors struggling to retire, workers facing layoffs, and people like the carpenters and electrician Donald Trump hired, but then refused to pay just because he did. We may not have our names in gold outside any of the buildings that we've worked on, but our sweat, our work, our pride is on the inside of every single one of them. Hillary Clinton knows that. She believed what I learned in my labor family. We are stronger together. This is our choice. Are we going to let Donald Trump stiff the working families so he can make more for himself and the people at the top? Or are we going to stick together and build an economy that works for everybody in America? I know where I stand. I stand with the women and men of every race, creed, color, who built this country. And I stand as a living example of Hillary Clinton's vision for an America where everyone gets a fair shot and a second chance to achieve their dreams. That's the America I believe in. That's the America I've lived. And that's why America's working people are going to vote and elect Hillary Clinton our next president. I want to thank you, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the following American labor leaders. Lee Saunders, President of American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. Lily Eskelsen Garcia, President of the National Education Association. Mary Kay Henry, International President of the Service Employees International Union. Richard Trumka, President of the AFL-CIO.
Good evening.
Sean McGarvey.
I am Lee Saunders. I am proud to be here representing the 1.6 million public service workers of AFSCME. We keep our communities safe and strong, feeding school kids, healing patients, plowing roads, and answering 911 calls. Every day, in every way, we never quit putting families first. Hillary Clinton never quits either. She's an unstoppable champion for working people. She understands that collective bargaining rights don't just improve the lives of union members, they strengthen all of us. We need a president who gets that, who understands that busting unions and cutting public services means families suffer. Just look at Flint, Michigan, where poisonous policies led directly to poisoned drinking water. Now, Donald Trump wants to tear working people down. He's only in business for himself. I was just in Las Vegas with workers at the Trump Hotel last week. They voted to form a union, but Donald Trump won't negotiate a contract with them. You keep saying you like to make deals, Donald. How about working out a deal with the housekeepers and the food servers to help your business succeed? It's no surprise, I guess. How can you be pro-worker when you're famous for the catchphrase, "You're fired"? But this isn't reality television. This is reality. And we need a serious-minded leader who puts families first, not a thin-skinned bully who puts himself first. That's the choice. An unstoppable champion versus an unstable charlatan. I know whose side I'm on. I'm with her. AFSCME is with her. Let's elect Hillary Clinton our next president of the United States.
Hello, Democrats. I'm Rich Trumka, President of the AFL-CIO. And it's great to be in Philadelphia, a proud, proud union town. See, working people built this stage, and now we'll build a new era of shared prosperity. Working people are strong, and Donald Trump is wrong, wrong, wrong. Listen, he thinks he's a tough guy. Well, Donald, I worked in the mines with tough guys. I know tough guys. They're friends of mine. And Donald, You're no tough guy, you're a phony. Donald Trump has repeatedly outsourced jobs to line his own pockets. He rooted for the housing collapse. He actually said that our wages are too high, not just once, but repeatedly. Donald Trump isn't the solution to America's problems. He is the problem. Working people, we have the solutions. We're building a national movement for a better life, no matter the color of our skin, where we were born, who we love, or how we worship. We set the bar high, and Hillary Clinton answered our call. In this election, she's fighting to rewrite the economic rules for all of us. She has a bold plan to invest in manufacturing, infrastructure, and jobs. She opposes the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership. She'll protect workplace rights, stand up to Wall Street, and fight to finally secure equal pay for equal work. So Democrats, get on your feet. Let's change the rules. Let's take back Congress. Let's win a pro-worker Supreme Court, and let's elect Hillary Clinton, the next president of the United States.
Wow. Y muy buenas tardes, compañeros y compañeras. My name is Lily Eskelsen Garcia, and I'm here because I have the honor to be representing the 3 million educators that form the Union of the National Education Association. My story isn't different from my students' stories. My mom is an immigrant. My dad served in the Army. My parents worked hard so that their kids could have a chance to get ahead, and they were so proud of me when I became a teacher. But today, too many students in our classrooms feel like they won't get the same chance that I got, especially those from immigrant families. They tell us they're afraid that their parents might be taken away, that they might be deported for not having the right piece of paper. Hillary Clinton believes in keeping families together. She believes in our dreamers. She believes that educators should be focused on education, not deportation. Now, Donald Trump sees things differently. My mom says that if you can't say something nice about somebody, you should at least make it funny. I can't make this funny. Donald Trump sees immigrants as criminals, as drug dealers, as rapists. He says he'd round up families and deport them. He'll build a wall. We're better than that. Our kids deserve better than that. Hillary Clinton doesn't want to divide people with walls of hate. She wants to build bridges to a better future for all of us. That's why America's educators are with her, and why we're going to do everything in our power to build a bridge to a future where Hillary Clinton is the President of the United States of America. Gracias.
Hello, sisters and brothers. I'm Mary Kay Henry, and I'm proud to stand here on behalf of 2 million members of Service Employees International Union and the millions more who are fighting for 15 and a union. Our movement will be an unstoppable force in this election because the stakes could not be higher. We need a president who wants to raise wages in this country not one that says wages are too high and that there shouldn't even be a federal minimum wage. That's why we're working to elect Hillary Clinton and champions up and down the ballot who are going to raise wages and help workers join together in unions. Hillary has spent time with workers who care for children and our seniors, like Lizbeth Bonilla from Las Vegas. Lizbeth has been a home care provider for 40 years, but still, Lizbeth has to rely on food stamps and Medicaid just to make ends meet. Hillary Clinton knows that's wrong, and that's why Hillary Clinton is ready to raise wages for home care providers and child care providers and ensure that they have a strong voice in quality care. We know that economic justice is inextricably linked to winning racial justice, environmental justice, and immigrant justice. We must elect Hillary Clinton and the champions like her who are going to put families first and stop the candidates of hatred and greed. Brothers and sisters, I believe that we can win. Do you? Repeat after me. I believe that we can win. I believe that we can win. I believe that we can win. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters.
Good evening. I'm proud to be here in my hometown of Philadelphia. And I'm even prouder to represent the 3 million members of North America's building trade unions. Trade union members have helped build this great nation. The Hoover Dam, the Golden Gate Bridge, the Freedom Tower, the very arena we are in tonight. You name it, we build it. We're proud of our work. But with collapsed bridges, crumbling roads, and stressed energy systems, we know it's past time to rebuild our nation's infrastructure. And building trades members are ready to do their part. Hillary Clinton has the boldest infrastructure plan we've seen in generations. She will help us repair roads and bridges and make broadband universal, build new airports and modernize our energy grid. She'll do it all while creating good, fair-paying jobs with standards that support real apprenticeship programs, which the building trades pioneered to ensure that workers get the skills that they need to succeed. And let me be very clear, we cannot rebuild America unless we treat America's workers with respect. Donald Trump chose a running mate that has not respected workers. As Governor Mike Pence gave corporations license to pay construction workers less by repealing the prevailing wage law that had been in place for 80 years. That was a bad deal for Indiana. It would be a bad deal for America. That's why hard hats all across America support Hillary Clinton and honorary ironworker Tim Kaine. They have our backs and we have theirs. Now let's get to the work and get them elected. God bless you and thank you.
Brothers and sisters, I'm proud to be here representing the 1.6 million members of the AFT. Last week, we saw a festival of fear. Every day was full of hate and bigotry. Why? To hide that Trump's plans, like many of his businesses, are completely bankrupt. Donald made millions while he ripped off workers and small businesses with his unfair business practices. Remember, he ended up bankrupting not one, not two, not three, but 4 of his companies. And his economic ideas will make millionaires like him richer at the expense of the middle class. Just look at Trump University to see how he operates. Salespeople were told to exploit people's fears, and let me be very careful, I quote, a single parent that may need money for food into useless, high-cost seminars. Instead of an education, students lost thousands of dollars and got nothing in return. That's Trump in a nutshell. Manipulating people's fears to enrich himself. He is completely unqualified to be in the Oval Office. So thankfully, we have a different choice, and it's a great one. Hillary Clinton. Hillary's worked her entire life to level the playing field for working families. That starts with public education from pre-K to college. She has a plan for universal early childhood education. She'll reset education policy to focus on creativity and critical thinking, not on more testing. And she'll make public universities free for working families, a stark contrast from Trump's for-profit scam. Hillary is the most qualified candidate to run for president in my lifetime. She'll wake up thinking every day how to help us. The choice couldn't be clearer. We must elect Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. Thank you very much.
You know, when I came here to New Hampshire the first time in this campaign and heard about the heroin epidemic,
also the growing drug problem in our area,
we're all losing, fathers, brothers, sons, mothers.
the numbers of people who are being affected.
If you have been impacted by your own or someone else's use of substances, would you just raise your hand?
I didn't even know what was wrong with me until I found out that I was an addict.
This problem touches everybody.
My children suffered. My family suffered.
Meeting grandmothers raising their grandchildren.
All of my friends are raising their grandchildren because of addiction.
I think you're very brave and very loving to take on this responsibility.
It has been plaguing families.
I don't want to go to more funerals. I'm going to one this weekend.
I didn't know if I wanted to do better. Addiction had full control of my heart and soul.
I wouldn't have necessarily known that if I hadn't been sitting in a little cafe in Keene listening to people tell me about what was breaking their hearts and what they wanted their president to know.
We need the voice of those who are using. That is the way in which we can make an impact on this disease.
We can't walk away from these stories. These are our children, these are our friends, our neighbors, our loved ones. This is not something we can just brush under the rug and wish it would go away.
We need to drag it out of the shadows. We need to hold it up to the light.
Everybody should feel that they are valued, they are cared about, and they have a president who sees them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pam Livengood from Keene, New Hampshire.
For my 50th birthday, I got a 2-year-old. You see, my daughter and her boyfriend had a beautiful little boy named Francis, but they got caught up in drugs. It started with the pain medication she was given after Francis was born, and it just got worse. It's hard to explain just how devastating it is to watch your child struggle with substance abuse. I know my daughter loved Francis, but love wasn't enough to take care of him. I started getting calls from Child Services. And one day they said Francis would be taken away from my family and put in foster care unless he had family who could take care of him. There was no way we were going to let our grandson end up in foster care. So Francis lived with my husband John and I until he was 5. His grandfather, he lives with his grandfather now who is on disability. And when you're my age, you don't expect to start all over again raising a grandchild. Today, my daughter's in treatment, but she has a long road ahead of her. My story isn't unique. This epidemic has devastated communities all over the country. It doesn't discriminate against age, race, gender, or income. It affects all of us. But sometimes it feels like folks in Washington don't hear these stories. Well, last year, Hillary Clinton came to New Hampshire for a roundtable at my workplace, and she asked if addiction had touched any of us. And as I told my story, Hillary listened. She even took notes. And then she did something else we don't see a lot of in Washington. She took action. She came up with a plan, one that includes everything from reducing overdoses to expanding access to treatment. To me, that's the kind of leader we need. We need a leader who listens to the voices of ordinary Americans, a leader who treats people with compassion and respect, a leader who believes that as Americans, we look out for each other. I'm not saying that leader has to be a grandmother, but it sure helps. For me, that leader is Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Jeanne Shaheen from New Hampshire.
Thank you, delegates. And thank you, Pam Livingood, for sharing your family story here today. I applaud your courage. Democrats stand with you, your family, and all families struggling with addiction. And President Hillary Clinton will stand with you, and we will win this fight together. The opioid and heroin epidemic is ravaging communities all across this country. It's a crisis that affects old and young, rich and poor, men and women, Democrats and Republicans. And it will take all of us working together to defeat it. Across my home state of New Hampshire, the awful toll grows each year. 192 overdoses in 2013, 326 fatalities in 2014, and 433 fatalities in 2015. These statistics tell the story of a staggering epidemic, but statistics can't fully capture the profound human toll. It's not only thousands of individual lives that have been destroyed, entire communities are being devastated. Hillary Clinton sees the epidemic and its terrific toll because she came to New Hampshire not to talk, but to listen. And she heard stories like Pam Livingood's story. She heard stories like the one I recently heard about a young man full of promise on his way to college when he suffered a sports injury, got addicted to painkillers, switched to heroin, and now instead of living on the freshman quad, he's living on the streets, panhandling for his next fix. Hillary heard how addicts are being turned away from treatment facilities due to a lack of resources. And Hillary heard from law enforcement, stretched to their limit, dealing with substance abuse. She knows that drug counselors and police officers and the other incredible people on the front lines of the battle are heroes. They're doing amazing work, but they need our help. More than 47,000 Americans died from drug overdoses in 2014. Hillary Clinton knows we cannot continue on this path. She knows because during this campaign, she listened in New Hampshire and across the country. She listened, she learned, and she put together a plan to treat this like the health emergency that it is, and to deploy the necessary resources to fight it. Her plan would invest in some very simple goals. Empower communities to prevent drug use among teenagers. Ensure every person suffering from addiction can obtain comprehensive treatment. Ensure that all first responders carry Narcan, which can stop overdoses from becoming fatal. And prioritize treatment over prison for low-level and nonviolent drug offenses, so we can end the era of mass incarceration. Early this year, I introduced an emergency funding bill in the Senate to pay for policing, prevention, treatment, and recovery. But sadly, it was defeated by Republicans. Donald Trump certainly doesn't have a plan to deal with this health epidemic that's gripped our country. In fact, Donald Trump doesn't seem to know what's happening outside of Trump Tower. And he seems completely uninterested in finding out. How can Trump represent America when he doesn't even take the time to know America? We need a president who listens, who learns, who has empathy, and who wants the same opportunities for all children that she's had, who wants an America where we go forward together. We need President Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Demi Lovato.
Like millions of Americans, I am living with mental illness. But I'm lucky. I had the resources and support to get treatment at a top facility. Unfortunately, too many Americans from all walks of life don't get help, either because they fear the stigma or cannot afford treatment. Untreated mental illness can lead to devastating consequences, including suicide, substance abuse, and long-term medical issues. We can do better. Every one of us can make a difference. By getting educated on this epidemic and its frightening statistics, and by breaking the stigma, I urge every politician to support laws that will provide access to better health care and support for everyone. This is not about politics. It's simply the right thing to do. I'm doing my very small part by having the treatment center that saw me through my recovery on tour with me, so that at least a small group of people, even for a brief moment, can have the same support that I received. It may not be a lot, but we have to believe every small action counts. I stand here today as proof that you can live a normal and empowered life with mental illness. I'm proud to support a presidential candidate who will fight to ensure all people living with mental health conditions get the care they need to lead fulfilling lives. That candidate is Hillary Clinton. Let's make her the next president of the United States of America.
What's wrong with being confident? Oh, what's wrong with being confident? It's time to get the chains out. Is your tongue tied up? 'Cause this is my round and I'm dangerous and you can get up, but it's all about me tonight. You say I'm complicated, I must be out my mind. You've got me underrated, rated. What's wrong with being confident? Oh, what's wrong with being confident? But you got me underrated. What's wrong with being? Oh yeah. What's wrong with
Rising seas and other climate change impacts are endangering one of the nation's most iconic landscapes, the Florida Everglades, and bringing increasing risks to the state's $82 billion tourism economy and this natural treasure, which is a major part of our ecosystem. Everglades National Park and the Florida Keys are the epicenter of the world's largest seagrass meadow and home to the largest mangrove forest in North America. Both the mangroves and seagrass are some of the most important sinks for atmospheric carbon on the planet.
One of our nation's greatest national treasures, the Everglades.
The Obama administration has invested $2.2 billion in restoration efforts. In addition to protecting the primary source of drinking water for more than a third of Florida's population, these efforts are helping ensure that the Florida Everglades, a major driver of the local economy, are resilient to effects of climate change. The effects of climate change can no longer be denied or ignored. Last year was the planet's warmest year recorded, and 14 of the 15 hottest years on record have happened this century. All over the country, Americans are already facing devastating impacts, from severe floods to extreme heat. These impacts pose major economic, public health, and national security threats. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon.
Hello, Philadelphia, and hello, Oregon. Wasn't Demi Lovato great? I'm the son of a millwright from a small town in Southern Oregon. I was the first in my family to go to college. I live in the same blue-collar community I grew up in, and my children go to the same public schools I did. Here is the truth. Donald Trump got rich by taking advantage of Americans like the hard-working Oregonians in my community back home, making his products overseas. hiring foreign workers instead of Americans for jobs that are right here in the United States, cheating small business contractors, never paying them what he owed, and scamming people out of their savings through his fraudulent university. Where I come from, people like Donald Trump are not the problem, they're not the solution, they are the problem. Last week in Cleveland, Donald Trump claimed he was a champion for American workers. But he's never woken up in a day in his life worried about American workers. He is no more a champion for American workers than a lion is a champion for a gazelle. When I talk to folks back home, again and again, I hear the frustrations of people who watch billionaires get richer while they struggle to find a job, struggle to send their kids to college, struggle to make their rent or their mortgage. Our response to these real challenges should not be to blame, to bully, to belittle, but to rise to the moment with real solutions. We owe an enormous debt to Bernie Sanders. Speaking of solutions, Bernie Sanders inspired us to reach for bold solutions to the challenges we face. Bernie's leadership on progressive issues, his willingness to fearlessly stand up to the powers that be, have galvanized a grassroots movement that is here tonight and will continue long after November, and we need it to continue long after November. And now, together, working together, Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders have forged the most progressive platform in our party's history. And working together, we need to join their fight for tuition-free college for working Americans, for pivoting to 100% renewable energy to save our planet from climate change. We need to fight together to overturn Citizens United. We need to fight together for passage of the Equality Act for full opportunity for LGBTQ Americans. We need to fight together with Bernie and Hillary to end profiling and mass incarceration for our communities of color. And we need to fight for trade policies that put American workers first, which means, as Hillary has said, we must say no to bad trade deals, and that includes the TPP. Together, we must fight for a government of, by, and for the people. Not a government for the powerful, not a government for the privileged, but a government for the people. And that is exactly what we're going to do when we follow the vision of Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton and elect her, Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine, in November. We must be united in this battle. Whether you spent this year feeling the burn or you spent this year ready for Hillary, all of us are ready for an America that rejects discrimination and embraces diversity, that celebrates voter empowerment, not voter suppression, that creates opportunity for all of us, not just the lucky few. So let's work together, as Bernie and Hillary have, and make sure that next January, on the west steps of the Capitol, it is Hillary Clinton that we are celebrating to become the next president of the United States of America. Thank you so much. God bless you and good night. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Y'all feeling all right out there? Oh, can't nobody hear me. Get up off of that thing. And dance till you feel better. Get up off of that thing. It's time to release that pressure. Get up off of that thing. It's dance till you feel better. Get up off of that thing. It's trying to release the pressure. Get up off of that thing. And shake till you feel better. Get up off of that thing. And shake it, shake it. Get up off of that thing. And dance till you feel better. Get up off of that thing. And try to Are y'all ready? All the DNC waiting on you. Hold on. Yeah. Future. Clap your hands this evening. It's all right. It's all right. Say, clap your hands this evening. It's all right. Clap your hands this evening. Come on. It's all right. Clap your hands this evening. Come on. It's all right. Clap your hands this evening. Ooh. Come on. I don't think nobody can hear us out there.
When my parents, they have a view of deportation, I'm scared for them because how the deportation, I'm scared that they're going to be deported.
Come here, Ben.
Okay.
I'm going to do everything I can so you don't have to be scared. And you don't have to worry about what happens to your dad or somebody else in your family. I feel really, really strongly that you're being very brave. And you have to be brave for them too. Because they want you to be happy. They want you to be successful. They don't want you to worry too much. Let me do the worrying. I'll do all the worrying. Is that a deal? I'll do the worry. I'll do everything I can to help, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Carla Ortiz and Francisca Ortiz from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you very much for coming here today. I really appreciate it. And today I'm gonna tell you guys a story about my parents, about their deportation of immigration. And I'm a daughter of immigrants' parents. Valiente, brave. That's what Hillary Clinton called me when I told her I was worried my parents would be deported. Even when I was little, my parents were always crying. But I didn't understand why. Soy americana. I was born in Las Vegas, Nevada. My parents came here looking for a better life, for the American dream, el sueño americano. But I don't feel brave every day. On most days, I'm scared. I'm scared that at any moment, my mom and my dad will be forced to leave. And I wonder, what if I come home and find it empty? I want my parents to see me do science experiments and help me find my rare rocks in the desert. I want to grow up to be a lawyer so I can help other families like us. I have hope, esperanza. Hillary Clinton told me that she would do everything she could to help us. She told me that I didn't have to do the worrying because she will do the worrying for me and all of us. She wants me to have the worries of an 11-year-old, not the weight of the world on my shoulder.
Valiente. Como todos los padres, trabajamos duro para darles a nuestros hijos una mejor vida, viviendo cada día con la esperanza de que nuestros esfuerzos sean realizados. El sistema de inmigración necesita ser mejor para que las familias puedan estar juntos y poder alcanzar el sueño americano.
Sabemos que Hillary luchará por toda nuestra familia, por esperanza y por el sueño americano. Hillary Clinton for president. ¡Juntos se puede! Thank you.
I will bring people together.
Donald Trump is facing some backlash for a tweet that included the Star of David.
It was retweeted by Trump from an online message board for neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and anti-Semites.
Will you condemn David Duke and say that you don't want his vote or other white supremacists?
I don't know anything about white supremacists, so I don't know. When Mexico sends its people, they're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. I'll use the word anchor baby. You're going to have a deportation force.
If you are saying he can't do his job because of his race, is that not the definition of racism?
No, I don't think so at all. We're building a wall. He's a Mexican. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
They would say, "Are you Muslim?"
And if they said yes, they would not be allowed in the country.
That's correct.
Now we'll only have Pocahontas to think about.
Donald Trump has gone beyond the line with a lot of groups.
There is a consistent pattern here with Donald Trump.
Trump remains the most divisive person in this race.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Astrid Silva from Las Vegas, Nevada.
When I was 4 years old, my mother and I climbed into a raft, and we crossed the river to join my father in America in search of a better life. All I had was a little doll. I grew up like an ordinary girl. My dad worked as a landscaper, and my mom stayed at home with my brother and I. But while my friends did ordinary things, I couldn't, because my parents were afraid that someone might discover I was undocumented. My family believed so deeply in the promise of this country that we risked everything for the American dream.
As an undocumented student, I felt like college was out of reach. But after a journey of 10 years, I finally graduated from Nevada State College. My family and I are here because of people like Senator Harry Reid, mi abuelito, who put themselves in our shoes and helped us. And while President Obama's immigration action protected me, we live in constant fear that my parents could be taken away from their grandson, Noah. So when Donald Trump talks about deporting 11 million people, he's talking about ripping families apart, separating families like mine and like Carla's. Hillary Clinton understands that this is not who we are as a country. I have seen her comfort children like Carla who are scared that they might lose their parents to deportation. I know she will fight to keep our families together. Nuestras familias. I know she will.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Luis Gutierrez from Illinois.
Hello, Philadelphia. You know, my parents grew up in San Sebastián del Pepino in rural Puerto Rico. They weren't educated, they didn't speak English, but they didn't even have a winter coat. Barely out of their teens, they came to the US when I was born in the great city of Chicago. My parents were born American citizens, but when they moved, along with 500,000 other Puerto Ricans in the 1950s, they were greeted with scorn and discrimination. Politicians called them criminals. They said my parents were dangerous, disease, and would ruin the country. Sound familiar to you tonight? Nobody spoke up against the bigotry and hatred my parents endured. So you better believe I'm using my voice against the discrimination we hear today. I will raise my voice against the bigot who thinks a judge born in Indiana can't do his job because his parents were born in Mexico. I'll raise my voice against a bully who calls hard-working immigrants criminals and rapists. Someone who promises to round up and deport families, millions of families, and then put up a wall between them and us. You have joined me in that fight, and so has Hillary Clinton. She stands with us so Americans remain and America remains a welcoming nation. We don't discriminate because of what you look like, who you love, how you pray, what language your parents speak, or where you were born. But let's be clear. My parents, when they came from Puerto Rico, weren't the only ones to confront discrimination. Every generation of newcomers, whoever and whatever they come from, Latin America, Europe, Africa, Asia, the Middle East, they're met with skepticism and suspicion. But every generation proves the skeptics wrong. Immigrants contribute to our communities and make America a great nation. Immigrants die defending our democracy. And you know what? They give our founding principles meaning in our time. Every time immigrants are labeled as them, but over time, they become part of us, we the people. About 11 million undocumented immigrants live, work, pay taxes, and raise their families in the United States of America. A lot of their families include U.S. citizens just like me. But listen, no matter what your family tree looks like, a fair immigration system is better for all of America. No matter what others say, it is simply a fantasy that we're going to round up and deport 11 million people. It's a sick, hateful fantasy. But let me tell you what gives me hope. In her heart, Hillary Clinton's dream for America is one where immigrants are allowed to come out of the shadows, get right with the law, pay their taxes, and not feel fear that their families are going to be ripped apart. When Hillary Clinton steps to this podium to accept the nomination, we'll all take a giant step forward. The broad and diverse America that fights for an inclusive and fair nation, our union of black and brown, white and African, and Asian people who love the earth and know that climate change is real and value education. We will all step up to that podium with her. Listen, we continue the work of our heroes like John Lewis and Dolores Huerta, Cesar Chavez, and Dr. Martin Luther King. And martyrs like Medgar Evers, who allowed me to have the ability to speak from this podium. We fight for equal rights and workers' rights. We believe that women deserve equal pay for equal work in this country. And we will not stand idly by because we believe that Congress has to keep its hands off Planned Parenthood. We believe that people should be able to love who they love and marry who they want to marry in the United States of America. And we believe that when you send your children to school, or young people are having fun at a nightclub, or you walk a beat as a police officer, or you walk down the street in your neighborhood in Chicago, you shouldn't fear being shot. We will take on the NRA as Hillary with presidency of the United States. Yes, we believe in a country where this son of uneducated parents born in Puerto Rico can speak to this nation on this podium in the city where the United States of America was born. Les digo, juntos con Hillary Clinton como presidenta, haremos esta nación mejor, más segura y más fuerte. With Hillary, our nation will be greater, better, and stronger. Le digo gracias, que Dios los bendiga. Sí se puede, sí se puede, sí se puede.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jason and Jaron Collins.
Thank you. I'm Jaron Collins, and alongside my kind and brilliant wife, Elsa, we have 3 children that are raised here in America. I want my kids to know that anything is possible here. I want them to know that any more than any star athlete, the President of the United States is a role model to millions of children. So when it comes to Donald Trump, how do you tell your kids not to be a bully if their president is one? How do you tell your kids to respect their heritage? My wife is Mexican American, if their president disparages it. How do you tell your daughters they are empowered if their president reduces women to their physical appearance? My parents, my family, and all the great coaches I've had in my life have taught me the importance of working hard, playing fair, and most importantly, the ability to lead and bring people together to accomplish great things. That sounds like Hillary Clinton to me. And now, it is with great pride I introduce the first publicly gay athlete to play in any of the 4 major American sports leagues, my less handsome twin brother, Jason Collins. Thank you, Jaron. I'll get you back for that one later. My dream was to play in the NBA and live my authentic life as a proud gay man at the same time. I was able to accomplish both of those goals because of the people who have supported me throughout my life. Before I came out to the world on the cover of Sports Illustrated, I came out privately to the Clinton family. I've known their family for almost 20 years. I knew that they would accept me for who I was, and that they would help pave a path for others to do the same. I am forever grateful for their words of wisdom back then and their unconditional support. They knew that my sexual orientation made no difference in my ability to play basketball. Just as someone's gender makes no difference in his or her ability to lead our nation. Hillary has defended the LGBT community for years, from co-sponsoring the Matthew Shepard Hate Crimes Prevention Act to helping pass the first ever UN resolution on LGBT human rights, to making sure transgender individuals' passports could reflect their true gender. As both an African American and a member of the LGBT community, the choice for continued progress is clear. This November, we must elect Hillary Clinton as our next president. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jesse Lipson from Raleigh, North Carolina.
So I don't know about you, but Donald Trump's acceptance speech left me with a lot of questions. For example, where's this losing country he keeps talking about? The America I live in, the North Carolina I live in, is a creative engine where the innovative spirit is alive and well, where nearly all net new jobs are created by startups, where you can still make something from nothing, like I did. I taught myself how to build software on nights and weekends. When I was 26, I started my company with just $100 in advertising. Today, we're in more than 100 countries, and we've created 800 jobs in Raleigh. Donald, I'm also a businessman. You build skyscrapers, I build in the cloud. But it's clear you don't understand something simple about business. Nothing scares away investment like hate. Disgusting laws like North Carolina's attack on LGBT Americans are costing my state hundreds of millions of dollars. It's cost us the NBA All-Star Game, and it's also costing us talented programmers who are ready to build the future. I've seen venture capitalists who refuse to invest in our state. Republicans may think they're telling people which bathroom to go into, but they're actually telling people which market to stay out of. When I travel abroad, I hear people talking about legalized discrimination in America. Bigotry doesn't just hurt my state, it hurts our entire country. It's not just North Carolina. In Indiana, Mike Pence approved discrimination against LGBT Americans. So I guess you could say bigotry has created one job, the position of Donald Trump's running mate. Hillary Clinton knows what every great CEO knows. We're stronger together. That's why she supports a federal law protecting workers in the workplace, no matter who they love or who they are. She'll cut taxes and regulations for startups and small businesses so they can hire and grow. She'll invest in breakthrough R&D so the industries and jobs of the future are created here in America. She'll help lift the burden of college debt so young people can chase their dreams. I tell my employees all the time, focus on solutions, not problems. All Trump offers are problems. Hillary offers real solutions. America, there is no question Hillary Clinton must be our next president. Thank you. Good night.
LGBT Americans are our colleagues, our teachers, our soldiers, our friends, our loved ones, and they are full and equal citizens and deserve the rights of citizenship. To deny the opportunity to any of our daughters and sons solely on the basis of who they are and who they love is to deny them the chance to live up to their own God-given potential. From Stonewall to Laramie and now Orlando, we've seen too many examples of how the struggle to live freely, openly, and without fear has been met by violence. We have to stand together, be proud together. There is no better rebuke to the terrorists and all those who hate. So the stakes in this election are high for the country. I think about all those millions of worries, large and small, that same-sex parents and LGBT Americans think about every day. I'm going to keep, as I have throughout my life, fighting for you, your rights, your children, your futures. And I am proud to be fighting right alongside you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome State Senator Pat Spearman from Nevada.
Good evening, Democrats. Good evening, Democrats. I am a veteran. I'm a minister. I'm an African American. And I am a proud member of the LGBTQ community. When I joined our military in 1977, I lived in fear of being discharged. But today, LGBTQ members of the military can serve openly and proudly. When I was elected to the Nevada State Legislature in 2012, I was one of only 2 who were openly gay, and today I am one of 5. When Nevada started recognizing same-sex marriage in 2014, we were one of 26 states. And today, marriage equality is nationwide. That's progress, my friends. But we can't stop now. We've heard Trump say that he would protect the LGBTQ community, but he is against marriage equality and has said he's all for overturning it. Donald Trump says that anyone can use any bathroom in Trump Towers, but he still supports heinous bathroom bills, and he would strip away the rights of transgender Americans. But his worst attack on us was his vice presidential pick, Indiana Governor Mike Pence. Governor Pence signed a law that lets individuals and businesses deny services to LGBTQ Americans, and he used religion as a weapon to discriminate. And the state lost millions of dollars as a result. As a lesbian, that hurts me. As a person of faith, that offends me. And as a legislator working hard to create jobs, that baffles me. No matter the cost to our country, Donald Trump and Mike Pence will strip away the progress that we have fought so hard to win. Why? Because they fear diversity, we celebrate it. They fear progress, we build on it. They fear equality, we'll keep fighting for it. So Democrats, are we going to retreat? Will we keep marching forward? Hillary Clinton is battle-tested. She will fight alongside us for equality in our schools, in our communities, in our workplaces, and in our nation. She will make the Equality Act legal and make it illegal to discriminate on the basis of who you love, who you are, wherever you live or wherever you work, once and for all. This election, make no mistake about it, won't be easy. But I know that we are ready. And in the words of the old Negro spiritual, so let's walk together, Democrats, don't get weary. Let's work together, Democrats, don't get weary. Let's talk together, Democrats, don't get weary. There's a great camp meeting in the promised land of equality. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Hi, I'm comedian Ken Jeong. I once jumped naked out of a car in a movie.
And I'm Austin Goolsbee, former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors and a member of President Obama's cabinet.
So are you on the Trump train now?
No, Donald Trump is a complete...
Shh. Donald's talking.
Remember we used to have Made in the USA, right? When was the last time you've seen it?
Yeah, you make stuff right here. What?
He didn't do that.
What do you mean he didn't do that? There's all kinds of Trump stuff. Hotels, suits, ties, furniture, glassware. I mean, look at this Trump shirt. Made in good old Bangladesh. What, yeah, Trump tie. Probably made in Pennsylvania. China? Mexico? What about the Trump cufflinks?
China.
Trump vodka?
The Netherlands.
Trump crystal barware?
Slovenia.
Holy Melania!
I'm sorry.
Calm down for America. So, Austin, if that is your real name, Donald Trump says he will bring back jobs to America when he himself made millions outsourcing his own Donald Trump stuff to be made everywhere else?
That is a pretty astute observation, Ken.
And scene. I think that was great. We got everything we needed. That's awesome. So when is he going to jump out of a trunk naked?
We are not having this conversation again, Ken.
No, we did. I told your people that.
I told you
I told your people that.
Doing that.
I told your people that, and you agreed.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Bob Casey from Pennsylvania.
Welcome to Philadelphia, the place where American independence began and where our Constitution was born. Since the time of William Penn, Pennsylvania has been a commonwealth of creators, of makers, of builders who every day invent the future. My father, Governor Casey, believed that we must never forget that, quote, the sweat and blood of working men and women who built Pennsylvania forged the Industrial Revolution in our country and outproduced the world. With family roots in Scranton and her many visits through the state over the years, Hillary Clinton understands this. She'll work every day to build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. But what about Donald Trump? Donald Trump says he stands for workers and that he'll put America first, but that's not how he's conducted himself in business. Where are his, quote, tremendous Trump products made? Dress shirts, Bangladesh; furniture, Turkey; picture frames, India; wine glasses, Slovenia; neckties, China. China! Why would Donald Trump make products in every corner of the world, but not in Altoona, Erie, or here in Philadelphia? Well, this is what he said, quote, outsourcing is not always a terrible thing. Wages in America, quote, are too high. And then he complained about companies moving jobs overseas because, quote, we don't make things anymore. Really? Well, tell that to the union workers at All-Clad in Canonsburg, who make the pots and pans found in many of our kitchens. Tell that to the employees of Connex in Hatfield, who create toys that teach our children about engineering and architecture. Tell that to the robotics students at Carnegie Mellon, who are building 21st century robots and cars that drive themselves. Donald Trump hasn't made anything in his life except a buck on the backs of working people. If he is the champion of working people, I'm the starting center for the 76ers. The man who wants to make America great doesn't make anything in America. And it's insulting that he has no plan to support the men and women who are manufacturing products here at home. All he has are empty promises, like so many he's made and failed to follow through on before. If you believe that outsourcing has been good for working people and has raised incomes for the middle class, then you should vote for Donald Trump. I'm voting for Hillary Clinton. She believes Hillary believes we need an economy that works for everyone, not just Donald Trump and those at the top. We need to commit ourselves to making good-paying jobs here at home so that everyone who works hard can get ahead and stay there. That's why in her first 100 days in office, President Hillary Clinton will put forward the largest investment in good-paying jobs since World War II. As president, she'll reward businesses that share profits with their employees. She'll slap a new exit tax on companies that move overseas while rewarding companies that invest here at home. And she'll strengthen our economy by investing $10 billion in new advanced manufacturing jobs that can't be sent overseas. This November, we have a choice. You can choose a candidate who's only out for himself, who wants to get rid of the federal minimum wage, and who would cut taxes for the richest Americans at the expense of the middle class. Or you can choose Hillary Clinton, a leader with a proven track record of fighting for an economy that works for all of us. If you're with her like I am, sign up and volunteer at HillaryClinton.com. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Luke Feeney from Chillicothe, Ohio.
Hello, delegates! Hello, Ohio! I am proud to serve the great people of historic Chillicothe, Ohio's first capital. And I'm proud to be one of the many Ohioans supporting Hillary Clinton. When I think about what's at stake this November, I think about a woman from our hometown named Courtney Lewis. Courtney's dad works at the local paper mill. She dreamed of opening her own business, not just for her, but for her city. She didn't like seeing those empty buildings downtown. She wanted to do her part. So, Courtney moved into a vacant storefront and, with two partners, started a local gift shop called Totem Supply Company. 3 years later, Totem is a small-town success story, and it's not the only one. Chillicothe is on the rise. Appalachia is on the rise. And it's thanks to small business owners like Courtney. I tell Courtney's story tonight, not because it's unique, but because it isn't. All across the country, thousands of entrepreneurs and small business owners are equally ready to drive growth in their communities. All they need is a chance. The last thing Ohioans need is a president who has crushed small businesses by not paying them for the work they did. The last thing Ohio needs is Donald Trump. Hillary's dad was a small business owner. She gets it. Hillary knows America works best when it works for everyone. And she has a plan to make sure that entrepreneurs like Courtney have all the tools they need to succeed. Less red tape, more access to capital, like bigger businesses have, a more even playing field, and a wider path to prosperity for all of us. Mayors of small towns across the country need a president who will be a friend to small business, who will be a partner in our resurgence. Hillary knows American success stories start in places like Chillicothe. That's why we're with her. That's why Chillicothe's with her. That's why Ohio's with her. We're with her because she's with us. And that's why we're going to send Hillary Clinton to the White House this November. Thank you.
You know what? The women get it better than we do, folks. All right? They get it better than we do.
What's your position on equal pay for women, and how would you address the ongoing problem of women getting access to capital?
It's too early in the morning to ask that question.
Putting a wife to work is a very dangerous thing. A pregnancy is never
It's a wonderful thing for the woman. It's a wonderful thing for the husband. It's certainly an inconvenience for a business.
All I was requesting was a break that everybody had agreed to during lunch hour so that I can excuse myself and pump my baby's food in the privacy of a room.
I may have said that's disgusting. I may have said something else. I thought it was terrible. She's a horrible person. Well, obviously it's great outer beauty. I mean, we could say politically correct that the look doesn't matter, but the look obviously matters. Like you wouldn't have your job if you weren't beautiful.
His policies are very backward. They're very anti-women.
Is this someone that you would vote for?
No, he has to be stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Kirsten Gillibrand from New York.
Some people know me as a United States Senator from New York. But during school drop-off and pickup, I'm better known as Theo and Henry's mom. Like most working parents, my husband and I juggle a lot. We're fortunate to have flexibility, but some days we still barely keep it together. The vast majority of working parents have it much tougher. They're struggling with too little time, too little money, and too little support. And Washington hasn't caught up to their reality. Families today look almost nothing like they did a generation ago. 8 in 10 moms work outside the home. 4 in 10 moms are the primary or sole breadwinners, and many are single. Thanks to marriage equality, more children grow up with 2 moms or 2 dads. Yet today, our policies are stuck in the Mad Men era. We are the only industrialized nation that doesn't guarantee workers paid family leave. Many women can't even get a paid day off to give birth. Most parents work outside the home, yet childcare can cost as much as college tuition. Families rely on women's income, but we still don't have equal pay for equal work. This makes no sense because we know that when families are strong, America is strong. Hillary Clinton gets it. Not just because she's a working mom and Charlotte and Aiden's grandmother, but because for her, it's about her core values. The idea we have that we have a responsibility to one another. It's about who we are as a nation. It's why after law school, she could have gone to a fancy law firm, but she chose to work at the Children's Defense Fund, where she advocated for children with disabilities. It's why, as America's First Lady, she helped create a health insurance program for children so that 8 million kids could get the care they need. And it's why, as Secretary of State, she helped women and children to escape violence and poverty, to attend schools, support their families, and reinvest in their communities. And it's why, as President of the United States, she will bring our workplace policies out of the dark ages and always, always put families first. You see, Hillary Clinton's life's work has been defined by one question: how can we help those who need it the most? Donald Trump has been defined by a very different question: How can I help myself the most? Donald Trump actually stood on a debate stage and said that wages are too high. Hillary knows that in the richest country in the world, it is unacceptable that a mom with 2 kids working full-time still lives in poverty. Donald Trump says that when it comes to paid family leave, you have to be careful of it. Hillary knows that it is long past time to have guaranteed paid family leave. Donald Trump thinks that women should just work harder because, and I'm quoting, "You're gonna make the same if you do as good of a job." Every woman in America knows that is not true. Hillary believes women deserve equal pay for equal work. The choice in this election could not be clearer. If you believe in the values that have always made us great, if you believe in keeping America great, then support Hillary Clinton. Thank you, and God bless this great nation.
Please welcome United States Senator Al Franken from Minnesota.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Save it for the end. I'm Al Franken. I'm Al Franken, Minnesotan, senator and world-renowned expert on right-wing megalomaniacs. Rush Limbaugh, Bill O'Reilly, and now Donald Trump. Now, a little about my qualifications. I got my doctorate in megalomania studies from Trump University. Sure, I had to empty out my 401k and take a reverse mortgage on my house to pay tuition. But Mr. Trump, or rather some people who said they'd once met him, convinced me that it was worth it. And frankly, as a proud alum of Trump U, I think we may be underestimating Donald Trump. Sure, he's scammed a lot of people. But did you know that Trump University's School of Ripping People Off is ranked second in the nation, right behind Bernie Madoff University? That is no mean feat. And Trump University is about more than just bilking people, although trust me, you will get built. It's also about learning directly from success experts like Scott Baio, Mike Tyson, and of course, a life-size cardboard cutout of Mr. Trump himself. Now, of course, Trump University wouldn't be Trump University without its business school. Their bankruptcy program in particular is known throughout the real estate investment community for its creativity. The most popular course, Bankruptcy 101, How to Leave Your Partners Holding the Bag, is taught by the cardboard cutout itself. The pride of Trump University, of course, is its library, located on a shelf in a closet on the 3rd floor of Trump Tower. All of Mr. Trump's best sellers are available for sale at a special rate for students, which is 10% higher than the retail price. Clearly, Donald Trump's enormous, dare I say, huge success as a businessman qualifies him to be president. And if you believe that, I've got some delicious Trump steaks to sell you. In all seriousness, I think rather than voting for someone who's never done anything for anyone other than himself, maybe we should go with a candidate who spent her entire life working to get important things done for the American people. I've known Hillary for almost a quarter century. I've never met anyone smarter, tougher, or more ready to lead us forward. I am proud to call Hillary Clinton my friend, and I can't wait to call her Madam President. Now we're going to have a lot of fun this week. We're going to have a lot of fun this week. But when we wake up Friday morning, there will be just 102 days left until the election. And what you, yes, all of you, what you do in those 102 days could determine who wins. And I mean that literally. I won my first race for the Senate by 312 votes. There's my Minnesota delegation. There are people up there who contacted more than 312 people themselves, and literally, I would not be here. The reason I am, they are, each of them individually, the reason I am giving this speech here and not into my bathroom mirror. My friend Paul Wellstone, my friend Paul Wellstone used to say, the future belongs to those who are passionate and work hard. This week is about passion, but starting Friday morning, it's all about work, hard work. Now, many of you have jobs. Many of you have families. Ignore them. Let me tell you something. Kids love it when their parents aren't home. They love it. And let me tell you something else. An 8-year-old kid knows how to use a microwave oven. And let me tell you something else. An 8-year-old kid can teach a 4-year-old kid to use a microwave oven. It's just scientific fact. Don't worry about your kids. They'll be fine. You have work to do. Get on those phones, knock on those doors, and tell them Al Franken sent you. Thank you. Get them.
Everything is alright, uptight. the railroad tracks. Only shirt I own is hanging on my back. But I'm the envy of every single guy, since I'm the apple of my girl's eye. When we go out stepping on the town for a while, my money's low and my suit's out of style. But it's alright if my clothes are new, out of sight, because my heart is true. She says, baby, everything is alright, uptight, out of sight. Everything is alright, uptight, clean out of sight. She's a pearl of a girl, I guess that's what you might say. Guess her folks might sit around and she's a pearl of a girl, I guess that's what you might say. Guess her folks brought her up that way. The right side of the tracks, she was born and raised in a great big old house full of butlers and maids. She said, no one is better than I know I'm just an average guy, no football hero, smooth Don Juan. Got empty pockets, you can see I'm a poor man's son. Can't give her those things that money can buy, but I'll never make my baby cry. 'Cause it's alright, but I can do out of sight, because my heart is true. She says, baby, everything is alright, uptight, clean out of sight. Baby, everything is alright, uptight, out of sight. Baby, everything is alright, uptight, out of sight. Baby, everything is alright, uptight, clean out of sight.
This guy, I don't know what I said. I don't remember.
Quote, it is unacceptable for a child to mock another child's disability on the playground, never mind a presidential candidate mocking someone's disability.
When people make fun of the disabled, I become furious. It is despicable, and there is no excuse for it.
He will not apologize and even said that the journalist should stop using his disability to grandstand.
This time, I think it's evident that he stepped over a line.
This is a reprehensible human being. I'm not even talking as a political candidate anymore. If you were a Democrat, I'd say the same thing. You do not mock the disabled, and it's not the first time. He knew exactly what he was doing. It's disgusting. He should apologize.
You shouldn't be making fun of people's disabilities. It's just not worthy of someone running for president of the United States.
I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said.
Please welcome Anastasia Somoza from New York.
On a visit to the White House. I was 9 years old, and I listened to her and my mom discuss health care and early intervention for children with disabilities. Over the past 23 years, she has continued to serve as a friend and mentor, championing my inclusion and access to classrooms, higher education, and the workforce. She has never lost touch with people like me. She has invested in me, she believes in me, and in a country where 56 million Americans with disabilities so often feel invisible, Hillary Clinton sees me. She sees me as a strong woman, a young professional, a hard worker, and the proud daughter of immigrants. My father from Nicaragua and my mother from Ireland. She has shown me that all these aspects of my identity are strengths which will help me affect change. I fear the day we elect a president who defines being American in the narrowest possible terms, who shouts, bullies, and profits off of vulnerable Americans. Donald Trump has shown us who he really is, and I honestly feel bad for anyone with that much hate in their heart. I know we will show each other and the world who we really are in November when we choose genuine strength and thoughtful leadership over fear and division. Donald Trump doesn't see me, he doesn't hear me, and he definitely doesn't speak for me. I am confident that as our president, Hillary will do everything in her power to promote the rights, empowerment, and humanity of all Americans. She knows that when we support access to education and employment opportunities for absolutely everyone, more of us will be able to live happy, independent lives and to promote, build, and contribute to this great country. As president, Hillary Clinton will continue fighting and inspiring us all with her brave vision and tireless efforts on our behalf. On the eve of the 26th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, I'm proud to be with you, Hillary. Thank you for showing me how to live boldly with a courageous heart.
Lay down, lay running, they never asked him why. Get out of my way, they heard him shout, you know, blinding light. Oh, all I could see was him running down the street, out of the shadows and into the night. Now, Billy, don't you lose my number, 'cause you're not anywhere that I can find you. You're not anywhere that I can find you. Keep it, keep running, keep hiding. Don't give up, Billy. You know you're right. Don't give up. You know that I am on your side. Don't give up, oh Billy. You better run for your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sarah Silverman and Senator Al Franken.
Remember me? I'm Senator Al Franken, and this past year, I've been #I'm with her.
And I'm Sarah Silverman, and this past year, I've been feeling the burn. Relax, I put some cream on it.
What'd you say?
I said I put some cream on it.
You see, Sarah's the comedian, so she gets the joke, and I'm the politician now, so I get to make what's known as an ask. But trust me, it's a good ask. You see, if you go to HillaryClinton.com before midnight tonight and join the team, you can be not just #I'm with her in spirit, but #I'm with her literally. As in, you could win a trip to Philadelphia to be here on Thursday night when Hillary accepts the nomination. You see, Sarah? That's even more fun than getting to get the joke.
Oh, Al, you still got it.
Oh.
But while we're on the subject, can I make my speech now?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Al, get out of my frame. As some of you may know, I support Bernie Sanders and the movement behind him. And Bernie's already succeeded in so many ways. He proved that Citizens United is in fact not a necessary evil. And by the way, Citizens United, isn't that such a beautiful name for something that means billionaires buying politicians? Good Lord. Rails against the very spirit of our democracy. And I'm very glad that Hillary has vowed to overturn it. Not only did Bernie wake us up, he made us understand what is possible and what we deserve. You know, my shrink says we don't get what we want, we get what we think we deserve. And Bernie showed us that all of America's citizens deserve quality health care and education, not just the wealthy elite. I know, it sounds so obvious. Who wouldn't agree with that? But yet it's not what's been happening. You know, I happen to believe the crazy notion that people who maybe weren't born with the same opportunities as you and me should be given the same opportunities as you and me. And all it takes to accomplish this is everyone, is all of us. Or as a pretty kick-ass woman once said, it takes a village. This Democratic primary was exemplary. No name calling, no comments about the size of candidates' hands or ethnicity or how much they sweat or if they go to the bathroom. Inside secret, they do. That stuff is for third graders. Come on. That's like major arrested development stuff. That's I'm still emotionally for and calling people names from my gold-encrusted sandbox because I was given money instead of human touch or coping tools stuff. But I digress. I've just been told to stretch. Hillary heard the passion of the people behind Bernie, and brought those passions into the party's platform. And that is the process of democracy at its very best. And it's very cool to see. Hillary is our Democratic nominee, and I will proudly vote for her. Just a few years ago, she was a secretary, and now she's going to be president. I mean, come on. She's like the only person ever to be overqualified for a job as the president. So I tell you this, I will vote for Hillary with gusto. As I continue to be inspired and moved to action by the ideals set forth by Bernie, who will never stop fighting for us. I am proud to be a part of Bernie's movement, and a vital part of that movement is making absolutely sure that Hillary Clinton is our next president of the United States. Booyah, Baba Booey.
Gee, that was pretty good, Sarah. Hillary.
Unity.
Hillary.
The Bernie, can I just say, to the Bernie or bust people, you're being ridiculous. They told us to stretch, so I figured I'd add that. They made me cut off my speech, and now we have to stretch. Oh, I have so much I want to say.
Well, okay, what? Listen to that. Listen to what you did. This is a comedian. This is the power of comedy.
Thank God they can fix this in post.
You know, we have been. I want to thank you because Sarah and I have been asked to stretch because we are about to introduce someone that we're both huge fans of. How are we doing, guys? We close? Well, we'll see. You know, Sarah, what I love about us both being here is that it's like we're a bridge.
How do you figure that out? How do you figure that we're a bridge?
Well, you were for Bernie.
Right.
I'm for Hillary, so we are like a bridge over troubled.
Oh, good Lord. Are they ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul Simon.
When you're weary, you're feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your side. When times get rough and friends just can't be found, like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. And when you're down and out, when you're on the street, yes, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you, I will comfort you, I'll take your part. When darkness comes and pain is all around, oh, just like a bridge over troubled water, I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. Sail on, silver girl, sail on by. Your time has come to shine, and all your dreams are on their way. See how they shine. And if you need a friend, I'm sailing right behind, like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind like a bridge over troubled water.
In many ways, we are a shining city on a hill. But the hard truth is that not everyone is sharing in this city's splendor and glory. But there's another part to the shining city. The part where some people can't pay their mortgages, and most young people can't afford one. where students can't afford the education they need and middle-class parents watch the dreams they hold for their children evaporate.
Fundamentally, my father was very concerned with how people were treated, and that was the arena that eventually drew him in. He was always the son of an immigrant. He was always an outsider, and that was his edge. And he said, who cares about what the audience wants to hear? It's about what you need to say.
I remember going to Washington and begging for dollars for drug treatment. I remember making the case to the Congress over and over. My God, we do not produce heroin in the Bronx. We do not create cocaine in Queens. So I beg you, not for an army, not for a navy, not for prisons, just a little money for treatment. Just a little money to save these children who were lost because of your failure.
These battles were for real consequences and made a difference to real people.
Those who endorse legalized abortions aren't a ruthless, callous alliance of anti-Christians determined to overthrow our moral standards. In many cases, the proponents of legal abortion are the very people who have worked with Catholics to realize the goals of social justice set out by popes in encyclicals.
In the first principle of our democratic commitment, the politics of inclusion. Opportunity for all of our people, not just the fit and the fortunate, all the people from wherever, of whatever color, of whatever creed, of whatever sex, of whatever sexual orientation, all of them equal members of the American family.
What is our mission in this place? Your mission is to lock arms, all of you, and repair the universe. Your job is to make it as good as you can make it. That's all there is.
I believe my father's spirit lives in the hope of a young boy sitting in a failing public school. His spirit lives in a young girl pregnant and alone and in trouble. His spirit lives in all those outsiders, still living in the shadow of opportunity and still striving for their chance to join the family of New York.
We must make the American people hear our tale of two cities. We must convince them that we don't have to settle for two cities, that we can have one city, indivisible, shining for all of its people. Please make this nation remember how futures are built. Thank you and God bless you.
He was a man of principle, of honor, of duty, of service. For Mario Cuomo, the purpose of life was clear: to help those in need and leave the world a better place.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Eva Longoria.
Hello, Philadelphia! Oh man, I am so honored to be here tonight, and I am proud to say I'm with her. You know, like many of you, this election is very personal to me. I'm from a small town in South Texas. And if you know your history, Texas used to be part of Mexico. Now, I'm 9th generation American. My family never crossed a border. The border crossed us. So when Donald Trump calls us criminals and rapists, he's insulting American families. My father is not a criminal or rapist. In fact, he's a United States veteran. When Trump cruelly mocked a disabled reporter, he was also mocking my special needs sister, Lisa, and many like her. When he said that a wife who works is a very dangerous thing, He not only insulted me, he insulted my mother, who worked as a special education teacher for 30 years, raised 4 children while being a wife. You know, I believe in the candidate who believes in all of us, and that candidate is Hillary Clinton. Hillary has spent her whole life fighting for all Americans, from health care reform to equal pay for women, to gun safety, to protecting the economy. She is the most qualified presidential candidate ever. She's been fighting for us for decades, and now it's time we fight for her. Now, I'm very proud to be part of that fight, and I'm very proud to be here to introduce my dear friend Cory Booker. But before I do, I want you to take a look at your convention, Philadelphia. A Latina from South Texas is introducing the first black senator from New Jersey. On the week, we'll nominate our first woman candidate for President of the United States. Pretty great. So guess what, Donald? It turns out America is pretty great already. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Cory Booker.
Hello, Philadelphia! Thank you! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. 240 years ago, our forefathers gathered in this very city, and they declared before the world that we would be a free and independent nation. Today, we gather here again in this city of brotherly love, to reaffirm our values before our nation and the whole world. Our purpose is not like theirs to start a great nation, but to ensure that we continue in the best of our traditions. And with humble homage to generations of patriots before, we put forth 2 great Americans, our nominees for President and Vice President, Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. Now, looking back to our history, our founding fathers put forth founding documents that were indeed genius. But our founding documents weren't genius because they were perfect. They were saddled with the imperfections and even the bigotry of the past. Native Americans were referred to as savages. Black Americans were fractions of human beings, and women were not mentioned at all. But those facts and ugly parts of our history don't distract from our nation's greatness. In fact, I believe we are an even greater nation, not because we started perfect, but because every generation has successfully labored to make us a more perfect union. Generations of heroic Americans have made our nation more inclusive, more expansive, and more just. Our nation wasn't founded because we all look alike, or prayed alike, or descended from the same family tree. But our founders, in their genius, in this, the oldest constitutional democracy on the planet Earth, they put forth the idea that all are created equal, that we have inalienable rights. And I'm so proud that it was upon this faithful foundation that we built a great nation. And today, no matter who you are, rich or poor, Asian or white, man or woman, gay or straight, any religion or none at all, you are entitled to the full rights and responsibilities of citizenship. In this city, our founders put forth a Declaration of Independence, but let me tell you, they also made a historic Declaration of Interdependence. They knew that if this country was to survive and thrive, we had to make an unusual and extraordinary commitment to each other. Look, I respect and value the ideals of individualism and self-reliance. But rugged individualism didn't defeat the British. It didn't get us to the moon. It didn't build our nation's highways. Rugged individualism didn't map the human genome. We did that together. And so this is the high call of patriotism. Patriotism is love of country, but you can't love your country without loving your countrymen and your countrywomen. Now, we don't always have to agree, but we must be there for each other. We must empower each other. We must find the common ground, and we must build bridges across our differences to pursue the common good. Let me tell you, we cannot devolve into a nation where our highest aspirations are that we just tolerate each other. We are not called to be a nation of tolerance. We are called to be a nation of love. That's why that last line of the Declaration of Independence says it so clearly. It says that we must, to make this nation work, we must mutually pledge to each other our lives and our fortunes and our sacred honor. Tolerance is the wrong way. Tolerance says, I'm just going to stomach your right to be different. That if you disappear from the face of the earth, I'm no better or worse off. But love knows that every American has worth and value, that no matter what their background, no matter what their race or religion or sexual orientation, love recognizes that we need each other, that we as a nation are better together, that when we are divided, we are weak, we decline, yet when we are united, we are strong. When we are indivisible, we are invincible. This is the understanding of love that's embodied in one of my favorite sayings. It's an African saying, and it says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. This is the reason why I am so motivated in this election, because I believe this election is a referendum on who best embodies the leadership we need to go far together. Donald Trump is not that leader. We've watched him try to get laughs at other people's expense, try to incite fear at a time we need to inspire courage, try to rise in the polls by dragging our national conversation into the gutter. We've watched him cruelly mock a journalist's disability. We've watched him demean the service of my Senate colleague, saying he's not a war hero. He was a war hero because he was captured. Trump said, I don't like people who get captured. Would he say that to POWs from World War II? Would he say that to POWs from Vietnam? Would he say that to the brave men and women in Iraq and Afghanistan right now, risking capture or worse? That's not the commander-in-chief. We've watched Donald Trump paint with a broad, divisive brush, saying that Mexican immigrants who came to build a better life in America are, in his words, bringing crime, they're bringing drugs. He called many of them rapists. He said that an Indiana-born federal judge can't be trusted to do his job because of his Mexican ancestry, a statement that his fellow Republicans have described as racist. We've watched Donald Trump. Our children, our daughters, our nieces and grandkids have watched Donald Trump and heard him calling women degrading and demeaning names. Dog, fat pig, disgusting animal. It is a twisted hypocrisy when he treats other women in a manner he would never, ever accept from another man speaking about his daughters or his wife. In this great nation where our founders put a fundamental principle forward of religious freedom, he says, ban all Muslims. Don't let certain people into our America because of how they pray. Now, I take particular interest in the fact that Trump says he would run our country like he's run his businesses. Well, I'm from Jersey. And I'm from the Great Garden State, and we've seen how he leads in Atlantic City. He got rich while his companies declared multiple bankruptcies. Yet without remorse, even as people got hurt and lost jobs by his failures, he bragged, and I quote, "The money I took out of there was incredible." Yes, he took out a lot of cash, but he stiffed contractors, many of them small businesses, refusing to pay them for the work that they've done. You know, we in America have seen enough of a handful of people growing rich at the cost of a nation descending into crisis. America, at our best, we stand up to bullies, and we fight those who seek to demean and degrade other Americans. In times of crisis, we don't abandon our values, we double down on them. Even amidst the crisis of the Civil War, Lincoln stood up and called out to all of our country, saying, "With malice towards none and charity towards all." This is our history. This is a history that I was taught. My parents never wanted my brother and I to get too heady. Gratitude was our gravity. So they never stopped reminding my brother and I that our blessings sprang from countless ordinary Americans who showed extraordinary acts of kindness, decency, and love. People who struggled and sweat and bled for our rights. People who paid the ultimate price for the freedoms we all enjoy. I was told that we can't pay those Americans back for their colossal acts of service, but we have an obligation to pay it forward to others through our service and our sacrifice. I support Hillary Clinton because these are her values, and she has been paying it forward her entire life. Long before she got in politics, she was in Massachusetts going door to door collecting the stories of children with disabilities. In South Carolina, she fought to reform the juvenile justice system so that children wouldn't be thrown in adult prisons. In Alabama, she helped expose the remnants of segregation in schools. In Arkansas, she started a legal aid clinic to make sure poor folks could get their day in court. She has fought for the people, and she's delivered. That's why we trust her to fight and deliver for us as president. But let me tell you, we have a presidential nominee in Clinton who knows that in a time of stunningly wide disparities of wealth in our nation, that America's greatness must not be measured by how many millionaires and billionaires we have, but how few people we have living in poverty. Hillary knows that when workers make a fair wage, it doesn't just help their families, it builds a stronger and more durable economy that expands opportunity and makes all of us Americans wealthier. She knows that in a global knowledge-based economy, the country that out-educates the world will out-earn the world, out-innovate the world, and will lead the world. She knows that debt-free college is not a gift, it's not charity, it is an investment. It represents the best of our values, the best of our history, and the best of our party, all of our shared ideas and values together. Hillary Clinton knows that when we have paid family leave, that this is something that must happen. Because when a parent doesn't have to choose between being there for a sick child and paying rent, or when a single mom earns an equal wage for equal work, it empowers the most important building block in all of our nation, and that is the family. Hillary Clinton knows that security doesn't come from scapegoating other people because of their religion, alienating our allies, stoking fear and pointing fingers. It comes when we band together to face down and defeat our common enemy. And she knows something that I fight for every day, that our criminal justice system desperately needs reform, that we need to bring back fairness to a system that still, as Professor Brian Stevenson says, treats you better if you are rich and guilty than poor and innocent. And she knows that we can be a nation that both believes police officers deserve more respect, they deserve more support, more cooperation and love, and believes that a black 20-something-year-old protester deserves to be valued, deserves to be heard, that they should be listened to with more courageous empathy, and that change is needed in the system. And Hillary Clinton knows what Donald Trump betrays time and time again in this campaign, that we are not a zero-sum nation. It is not you or me. It is not one America against another American. It is you and I, together, interdependent, interconnected, with one single interwoven destiny. When we respect each other, when we stand up for each other, when we work together against our challenges, against our neighbor's challenges, be it a neighbor with a beautiful special needs child or one struggling with the ugly disease of addiction. When we as Americans help them, when we show compassion and grace, when we evidence our truth that we are the United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, that is when we are stronger. That is when we go from an already great America to an even greater America. Now let me tell you right now, when Trump spews insulting and demeaning words about our fellow Americans, I think of that poem by Maya Angelou. Y'all know it. You know how it begins. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. Well, y'all know it. Y'all know it. This captures our American history. 240 years ago, an English king said he would crush our rebellion. But Americans from around our nation joined the fight. From Bunker Hill to the Battle of Trenton, they stood, and so many fell, giving their lives in support of our daring declaration that America, we will rise. This is our history. This is our history. escaped slaves, knowing that liberty is not secure for some until it's secure for all. Sometimes hungry, often hunted in dark woods and deep swamps, they looked up to the North Star and said with a determined whisper, America, we will rise. Immigrants, risking their lives in times of sweatshops and child labor. They organized labor unions and devoted themselves to lifting the tired, the poor, and the huddled masses. With fierces of grit, they shouted so all could hear, America, we will rise. King pointed to the mountaintop. Kennedy pointed to the moon. From Seneca Falls to those who stood at Stonewall Inn, giants before us said in a chorus of conviction, America, we will rise. My fellow Americans, we cannot fall into the complacency or indifference about this election, because still the only thing necessary for evil to be triumphant is for good people to do nothing. You know the saying. My fellow Americans, we cannot be seduced by cynicism about our politics, because cynicism is a refuge for cowards. And this nation is and must always be the home of the brave. We are the United States of America. We will not falter or fall. We will not retreat or surrender our values. We will not surrender our ideas. We will not surrender the moral high ground. Here in Philadelphia, let us declare again that we will be a free people, free from fear and intimidation. Let us declare again that we are a nation of interdependence, and that in America, love always trumps hate. Let us declare. Let us declare so that generations yet unborn can hear us. We are the United States of America. Our best days are ahead of us. And together with Hillary Clinton as our president, America, we will rise. God bless America. Let us rise together. God bless America.
It hurts my heart to think that I took some of the money that I received after my husband's death and invested it into an organization that scams people. In September of 2007, I woke up to a knock on the door where I had the chaplain and a sergeant say that they regret to inform me that Command Sergeant Major Jonathan Langford had died. I did receive money to take care of me and my son. I needed to do something good with it. I needed to be wise with it. When your spouse dies and decisions have to be made, it can be paralyzing because you don't want to make a mistake.
At Trump University, we teach success. That's what it's all about, success. It's going to happen to you.
One of the things that drew me to this program was that Donald Trump himself, who's already successful, is going to teach other people how to be as successful as he is.
It was a classic bait and switch scheme, starting with the fact that it was not a university.
During the initial free seminar, they will tell you that they can help further your business. The only package that was offered was the $35,000 package.
Essentially preyed on poor and vulnerable people, told them that they can make a lot of money in a real estate market that was about to go bust, and had them leverage their savings to do it.
I realized this is not what I signed up for within a week. I called the person who's supposed to be mentoring me. I got absolutely no help whatsoever.
Many instructors and mentors had no experience buying or selling real estate.
One sales executive testified the whole focus of Trump University was on selling.
Even to single mothers with 3 children who, quote, may need money for food.
When you make a mistake like this, it's very embarrassing. I'm a single mom, I'm a widow, I have a kiddo who depends on me. I believe Donald Trump has built his empire not by treating people respectfully. I can't see him helping anyone but himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cheryl Langford from San Antonio, Texas.
When you lose a spouse, you know that your life will change forever. You know that it won't be easy. But I didn't expect that. On top of grieving the loss of my husband and trying to take care of my baby, I would also be the victim of a scam. You just saw what happened to me, how Trump University cheated me out of the money I received after my husband's death, how they broke their promises, how they stopped taking my calls, how the whole thing was a lie. By conning me out of the money the military gave me after my husband died, I felt like Trump University was disrespecting Jonathan's memory. I was furious, frightened, and the truth is, I was embarrassed. The worst part is that I wasn't the only victim of Donald Trump's greed. Far from it. He preyed on vulnerable people, like military widows and the elderly. He made millions of dollars off of people like me. Millions. He cheated more than 5,000 students, hardworking middle-class folks, teachers, police officers, even veterans. These are folks just like me who didn't have a lot, but who were told that if they paid for Donald Trump's program, they might be able to make a better living. Here's a guy who was born rich and who has all the money in the world, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I signed up for Trump University because I thought I could learn something from him. But then he decided to make himself even richer by cheating working people who had nothing to spare. What kind of man does that? It's not easy for me to get up here and tell my story. For a long time, I didn't tell anybody, not even my family or my friends. But I'm here because America deserves to know the truth. This election isn't about Democrat versus Republican. It's about right versus wrong. It's about someone who helps ordinary people no matter what it takes versus someone who helps himself no matter who it hurts. Donald Trump made big promises about Trump University, and I was fooled into believing him. Now, he's making big promises about America. Please don't make that same mistake.
Michelle Obama is probably very busy.
You guys ready to get to work?
First Lady really inspires me because she's done so much.
She's funny, she likes kids, and I'm a kid.
Hold on to me. I obviously have to thank my wife, Michelle Obama, who has spent much of her life focused on service.
Michelle Obama wants kids to get out their house and move instead of just sitting there on the couch.
She's definitely one of my favorite first ladies. Probably first or second out of three.
Freedom.
We know that our journey is far from finished. It starts with each of us taking responsibility for ourselves and our families.
I kind of grew up without my mom. Just her being the First Lady, it was really important. She's someone that we could look up to.
The First Lady has inspired me to become a stronger, more happy, and independent young female. Young people are our future, and she gives us hope, and she gives me hope personally.
She should be proud of how she treats the country's kids as her own.
Days like this make me think of my own daughters, so forgive me if I get a little teary.
I want to publicly thank the First Lady for being an inspiration to communities here in the United States and around the world.
She's not just a woman standing next to a man.
She's making her own place in history.
If she was here right now, I would probably freak out.
I would tell her, you did great.
I would tell her thank you for looking out for me.
Thank you for making this country a better place.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome First Lady Michelle Obama.
You know, it's hard to believe that it has been 8 years since I first came to this convention to talk with you about why I thought my husband should be president. Remember how I told you about his character and conviction, his decency and his grace, the traits that we've seen every day that he served our country in the White House. I also told you about our daughters, how they are the heart of our hearts, the center of our world, and during our time in the White House, we've had the joy of watching them grow from bubbly little girls into poised young women, a journey that started soon after we arrived in Washington, when they set off for their first day at their new school. I will never forget that winter morning as I watched our girls, just 7 and 10 years old, pile into those black SUVs with all those big men with guns. And I saw their little faces pressed up against the window, and the only thing I could think was, what have we done? See, because at that moment, I realized that our time in the White House would form the foundation for who they would become, and how well we managed this experience could truly make or break them. That is what Barack and I think about every day as we try to guide and protect our girls through the challenges of this unusual life in the spotlight. How we urge them to ignore those who question their father's citizenship or faith. How we insist that the hateful language they hear from public figures on TV does not represent the true spirit of this country. How we explain that when someone is cruel or acts like a bully, you don't stoop to their level. No, our motto is, when they go low, we go high. With every word we utter, with every action we take, we know our kids are watching us. We as parents are their most important role models. And let me tell you, Barack and I take that same approach to our jobs as President and First Lady, because we know that our words and actions matter, not just to our girls, but to children across this country. Kids who tell us, I saw you on TV, I wrote a report, on you for school. Kids like the little black boy who looked up at my husband, his eyes wide with hope, and he wondered, is my hair like yours? And make no mistake about it, this November when we go to the polls, that is what we're deciding. Not Democrat or Republican, not left or right. No, in this election and every election is about who will have the power to shape our children for the next 4 or 8 years of their lives. And I am here tonight because in this election, there is only one person who I trust with that responsibility. Only one person who I believe is truly qualified to be President of the United States, and that is our friend Hillary Clinton. That's right. See, I trust Hillary to lead this country because I've seen her lifelong devotion to our nation's children. Not just her own daughter, who she has raised to perfection, but every child who needs a champion. Kids who take the long way to school to avoid the gangs. Kids who wonder how they'll ever afford college. Kids whose parents don't speak a word of English but dream of a better life. Kids who look to us to determine who and what they can be. You see, Hillary has spent decades doing the relentless, thankless work to actually make a difference in their lives. Advocating for kids with disabilities as a young lawyer, fighting for children's health care as First Lady, and for quality child care in the Senate. And when she didn't win the nomination 8 years ago, she didn't get angry or disillusioned. Hillary did not pack up and go home, because as a true public servant, Hillary knows that this is so much bigger than her own desires and disappointments. So she proudly stepped up to serve our country once again as Secretary of State, traveling the globe to keep our kids safe. And look, there were plenty of moments when Hillary could have decided that this work was too hard, that the price of public service was too high, that she was tired of being picked apart for how she looks or how she talks or even how she laughs. But here's the thing. What I admire most about Hillary is that she never buckles under pressure. She never takes the easy way out. And Hillary Clinton has never quit on anything in her life. And when I think about the kind of president that I want for my girls and all our children, that's what I want. I want someone with the proven strength to persevere, someone who knows this job and takes it seriously. Someone who understands that the issues a president faces are not black and white and cannot be boiled down to 140 characters. Look, because when you have the nuclear codes at your fingertips and the military in your command, you can't make snap decisions. You can't have a thin skin or a tendency to lash out. You need to be steady and measured and well-informed. with a record of public service, someone whose life's work shows our children that we don't chase fame and fortune for ourselves. We fight to give everyone a chance to succeed. And we give back even when we're struggling ourselves, because we know that there is always someone worse off. And there, but for the grace of God, go I. I want a president who will teach our children that everyone in this country matters. A president who truly believes in the vision that our founders put forth all those years ago, that we are all created equal, each a beloved part of the great American story. And when crisis hits, we don't turn against each other. No, we listen to each other. We lean on each other, because we are always stronger together. And I am here tonight because I know that that is the kind of president that Hillary Clinton will be. And that's why in this election, I'm with her. You see, Hillary understands that the president is about one thing and one thing only. It's about leaving something better for our kids. That's how we've always moved this country forward, by all of us coming together on behalf of our children. Folks who volunteer to coach that team, to teach that Sunday school class, because they know it takes a village. Heroes of every color and creed who wear the uniform and risk their lives to keep passing down those blessings of liberty. Police officers and protesters in Dallas who all desperately want to keep our children safe. People who lined up in Orlando to donate blood because it could have been their son, their daughter in that club. Leaders like Tim Kaine, who show our kids what decency and devotion look like. Leaders like Hillary Clinton, who has the guts and the grace to keep coming back and putting those cracks in that highest and hardest glass ceiling until she finally breaks through, lifting all of us along with her. That is the story of this country, the story that has brought me to this stage tonight, the story of generations of people who felt the lash of bondage, the shame of servitude, the sting of segregation, but who kept on striving and hoping and doing what needed to be done, so that today I wake up every morning in a house that was built by slaves. And I watch my daughters, two beautiful, intelligent black young women, playing with their dogs on the White House lawn. And because of Hillary Clinton, my daughters and all our sons and daughters now take for granted that a woman can be president of the United States. So look, don't let anyone ever tell you that this country isn't great, that somehow we need to make it great again, because this right now is the greatest country on earth. And as my daughters prepare to set out into the world, I want a leader who is worthy of that truth, a leader who is worthy of my girls' promise and all our kids' promise, a leader who will be guided every day by the love and hope and impossibly big dreams that we all have for our children. So in this election, we cannot sit back and hope that everything works out for the best. We cannot afford to be tired or frustrated or cynical. No, hear me. Between now and November, we need to do what we did 8 years ago and 4 years ago. We need to knock on every door. We need to get out every vote. We need to pour every last ounce of our passion and our strength and our love for this country into electing Hillary Clinton as President of the United States of America. So let's get to work. Thank you all, and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Joseph Kennedy III from Massachusetts.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks, guys. It's my first day of law school, my very first class. The goal? Escape unscathed. Not 3 seconds in, and I get the first question. Mr. Kennedy, what is the definition of a sumpsit? Mr. Kennedy, you realize a sumpsit is the very first word in your reading. Yeah, and I actually circled it because I didn't know what it meant. Mr. Kennedy, do you own a dictionary? That's what people do when they don't know what a word means. They look it up in a dictionary. I never showed up unprepared for Professor Elizabeth Warren ever again. She was the toughest teacher on campus, but the wait list for her class was a mile long. She pushed us hard. She brought out our best. She believed in us. And she believed in the law. Not as an abstraction, but as a living force with the power to make life better or worse. She taught us that its impacts lay not in classrooms or textbooks, but in a society where wages have not budged in 40 years, where 2.5 million children are homeless, where we can expect 1 in 3 black men to go to prison. Our laws have human consequences. That fact fueled a law school professor to take on this country's most entrenched financial interests. It brought a middle-class champion back to a Massachusetts Senate seat. And it led a first-term U.S. senator to become our government's gut check. In a sea of power and privilege, Senator Warren is an anchor for the voiceless and victimized. She asks more from all of us because she believes deeply in each of us. That faith in our country and the American people is the very foundation of our Democratic Party. It echoes through this arena tonight and through every classroom, living room, and hearing room that Senator Elizabeth Warren has ever touched. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you your senator, my senator, our senator, Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Massachusetts, for the great honor of serving as your senator. Thank you, guys. What a night. Wow. Michelle Obama, Cory Booker, and we still have Bernie coming up. Bernie reminds us what Democrats fight for every day. Thank you, Bernie. Thank you. Now, we are here tonight because America faces a choice, the choice of a new president. On one side is a man who inherited a fortune from his father and kept it going by cheating people, by skipping out on debts. A man who has never sacrificed anything for anyone. A man who cares only for himself every minute of every day. On the other side is one of the smartest, toughest, most tenacious people on this planet. A woman who fights for children, for women, for health care, for human rights. A woman who fights for all of us and who is strong enough to win those fights. We're here today because our choice is Hillary Clinton. I'm with Hillary. I'm with Hillary. I'm with Hillary. You know, for me, this choice is personal. It's about who we are as a people. It's about what kind of a country we want to be. I grew up in Oklahoma. My daddy ended up as a maintenance man, and my mom worked a minimum wage job at Sears. My three brothers served in the military. The oldest was career, 288 combat missions in Vietnam. The second worked construction, and the third started his own small business. Me? I got married at 19, graduated from a commuter college in Texas that cost $50 a semester. The way I see it, I'm a janitor's daughter who became a public school teacher, a professor, and a United States senator. America is truly a country of opportunity. Truly. I am deeply grateful to that America. I believe in that America, but I'm worried. I'm worried that my story is locked in the past, worried that opportunity is slipping away for people who work hard and play by the rules. I mean, look around. Americans bust their tails, some working 2 or 3 jobs, but wages stay flat. Meanwhile, the basic costs of making it from month to month keep going up. Housing, healthcare, childcare, the costs are out of sight. Young people are getting crushed by student loans. Working people are in debt. Seniors can't stretch a Social Security check to cover the basics. And even families who are okay today worry it could all fall apart tomorrow. This is not right. It is not. And here's the thing. America isn't going broke. The stock market is breaking records. Corporate profits are at all-time highs. CEOs make tens of millions of dollars. There's lots of wealth in America, but it isn't trickling down to hardworking families like yours. Does anyone here have a problem with that? Yeah, well, I do too. People get it. The system is rigged. You know, it's true. Now, so-called experts claim America is in trouble because both political parties in Washington refuse to compromise. Gridlock. That is just flat wrong. Washington works great for those at the top. When giant companies wanted more tax loopholes, Washington got it done. When huge energy companies wanted to tear up our environment, Washington got it done. When enormous Wall Street banks wanted new regulatory loopholes, Washington got it done. No gridlock there. But try to do something, anything for working people, and you'll have a fight on your hands. Democrats have taken on those fights. That's what we do. Democrats fought to get health insurance for more Americans. Democrats fought for a strong consumer agency so big banks can't cheat people. We fought, we won, and we improved the lives of millions of people. Thank you, Barack Obama. Yes, we won, but Republicans and lobbyists battled us every step of the way. 5 years later, that consumer agency has returned $11 billion to families who were cheated. And Republicans, they're still trying to kill it. Now look, I'm not someone who thinks that Republicans are always wrong and Democrats are always right. There's enough blame to go around. But there is a huge difference between people fighting for a level playing field and the people fighting to keep the system rigged. Look at Congress since the Republicans took over. Democrats proposed refinancing student loans, and Republicans, they said no. Democrats proposed ending tax breaks for corporations that ship jobs overseas, and Republicans, they said no. Democrats proposed raising the minimum wage, and Republicans, they said no. So to every Republican in Congress who said no, this November, the American people are coming for you. Yes. That's right. And where was Donald Trump? In all these fights, not once did he lift a finger to help working people. And why would he? His whole life has been about taking advantage of that rigged system. Time after time, he preyed on working people, people in debt, people who had fallen on hard times. He's conned them, he's defrauded them, and he's ripped them off. Look at his history. Donald Trump said he was excited for the 2008 housing crash that devastated millions of American families because he thought it would help him scoop up more real estate on the cheap. Donald Trump set up a fake university to make money by cheating people and taking their life savings. Donald Trump goes on and on and on about being a successful businessman, but he filed business bankruptcy 6 times, always to protect his own money and stick the investors and contractors with the bill. Donald Trump hired plumbers and painters and construction workers to do hard labor for his businesses. Then he told them to take only a fraction of what he owed or fight his lawyers in court for years. So, what kind of a man acts like this? What kind of a man roots for an economic crash that cost millions of people their jobs, their homes, their life savings? What kind of a man cheats students, cheats investors, cheats workers? Well, I'll tell you what kind of a man. A man who must never be president of the United States. Never. And we've got the leaders to make it happen. Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. They're going to make it happen. You bet. Look, Donald Trump knows that the American people are angry. A fact so obvious he can see it from the top of the Trump Tower. So now he's insisting that he, and he alone, can fix the rigged system. Last week, Donald Trump spoke for more than an hour on the biggest stage he's ever had. But other than talking about building a stupid wall, which will never get built, other than that wall, did you hear any actual ideas? Did you hear even one solid proposal from Trump for increasing incomes, or improving your kids' education, or creating even one single good-paying job? Look, let's face it, Donald Trump has no real plans for jobs or for college kids or for seniors. No plans to make anything great for anyone except rich guys like Donald Trump. Just look at his ideas. Donald Trump wants to get rid of the federal minimum wage. Donald Trump wants to roll back financial regulations and turn Wall Street loose to wreck our economy again. And Donald Trump has a tax plan to give multimillionaires and billionaires like himself an average tax cut of $1.3 million a year. You know, you're struggling to put your kids through college, and Donald Trump thinks he needs a $1 million tax break? Trump's entire campaign is just one more late-night Trump infomercial. Hand over your money, your jobs, your children's future, and the great Trump hot air machine will reveal all the answers. And for one low, low price, he'll even throw in a goofy hat. And here's the really ugly underside to his pitch. Trump thinks he can win votes by fanning the flames of fear and hatred, by turning neighbor against neighbor, by persuading you that the real problem in America is your fellow Americans, people who don't look like you or don't talk like you or don't worship like you. He even picked a vice president famous for trying to make it legal to openly discriminate against gays and lesbians. That's Donald Trump's America, an America of fear and hate, an America where we all break apart. Whites against blacks and Latinos, Christians against Muslims and Jews, straight against gay, everyone against immigrants, race, religion, heritage, gender. The more factions, the better. But ask yourself this. When white workers in Ohio are pitted against black workers in North Carolina or Latino workers in Florida, who really benefits? Divide and conquer is an old story in America. Dr. Martin Luther King knew it. After his march from Selma to Montgomery, he spoke of how segregation was created to keep people divided. Instead of higher wages for workers, Dr. King described how poor whites in the South were fed Jim Crow, which told a poor white worker that, quote, no matter how bad off he was, at least he was a white man, better than the black man. Racial hatred was part of keeping the powerful on top. When we turn on each other, bankers can run our economy for Wall Street, oil companies can fight off clean energy, and giant corporations can ship the last good jobs overseas. When we turn on each other, rich guys like Trump can push through more tax breaks for themselves, and then we'll never have enough money to support our schools or rebuild our highways or invest in our kids' future. When we turn on each other, we can't unite to fight back against a rigged system. Well, I've got news for Donald Trump. The American people are not falling for it. We've seen this ugliness before, and we are not going to be Donald Trump's hate-filled America. Not now, not ever. This is about our values, about our shared values with our candidates, Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. Let's talk about those values. We believe that no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, no matter who you love, equal means equal. Hillary will fight to make sure discrimination has no place in America, and we're with her. We believe that no one who works full-time should live in poverty. Hillary will fight for raising the minimum wage, fair scheduling, paid family and medical leave, and we're with her. We believe every kid in America should have a chance for a great education without getting crushed by debt. Hillary will fight for refinancing student loans and debt-free college. We are with her. And we believe that after a lifetime of hard work, seniors should be able to retire with dignity. Hillary will fight to expand Social Security, strengthen Medicare, and protect our retirement accounts. And we're with her. We believe that oil companies shouldn't call the shots in Washington, that science matters, that climate change is real. Hillary will fight to preserve this earth for our children and grandchildren, and we're with her. We believe, and I can't believe I have to say this in 2016, in equal pay for equal work and a woman's right to control over her own body. Hillary will fight for women, and we're with her. That's right. We believe we don't need weaker rules on Wall Street. We need stronger rules. And when big banks get too risky, break them up. Hillary will fight to hold big banks accountable, and we're with her. And we believe that the United States should never sign trade deals that help giant corporations but leave workers in the dirt. Hillary will fight for American workers, and we're with her. Okay. And just one more. We believe We must get big money out of politics and root out corruption. Hillary will fight to overturn Citizens United and return this government to the people. If you believe that America must work for all of us, not just for the rich and powerful, if you believe we must reject the politics of fear and division, if you believe that we are stronger together, then let's work our hearts out to make Hillary Clinton the next president of the United States. Thank you.
Please welcome Representative Keith Ellison from Minnesota.
How you doing, Democrats? You know, tonight, my Democrats, we are united around the most progressive platform in history. The most progressive platform in history, a $15 an hour minimum wage, banning private prisons, expanding Social Security, the public option, and debt-free college tuition. That's the platform that Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton wrote together. And that's the platform that we can make the law of the land if we stand together, if we work together, and if we vote together on November 8th. You know, Trump, he wants to divide and conquer us with his anti-Muslim, anti-Mexican, anti-worker message. They don't want us to vote. They want to push voter ID laws that block Black and Latino voters. Paul Ryan won't even allow a vote to restore the Voting Rights Act. You know, we must push back. Not voting is not a protest, it is a surrender. When they bring the fear, we bring the courage. When they bring the division, we gotta bring the unity, everybody. As a proud, and I said proud Bernie Sanders supporter, I will always remember feeling the burn in Minnesota. There's my Minnesotans over there. 6,000 in Duluth, 14,000 in St. Paul. Bernie sparked the beginning of a revolution, y'all. He packed them in from Davenport to Detroit, to your town and mine. 13 million Americans voted their progressive values, and millions more made an investment in building that movement, $27 at a time. You know, together, we call for climate justice. We call for racial justice. We call for wage justice. And you know what? We made our voices heard. And together, Democrats, we will make our voices heard in November when we defeat Donald Trump and elect Hillary Rodham Clinton to the next president of the United States of America. But tonight, let us raise our voices in gratitude to the man who has helped make this great party greater than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Bernie Sanders.
Let's be lovers when we are fortunes together. I've got some real estate here in my bag. Counting the cars on the New Jersey Turnpike, they've all come to look for America. All come to look for America.
Please welcome Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It is an honor. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here tonight. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It is an honor to be here tonight and to be following in the footsteps of my good friend Elizabeth Warren, and to be here tonight to thank Michelle Obama for her incredible service to our country. She has made all of us proud.
Let me begin by thanking the hundreds of thousands of Americans who actively participated in our campaign as volunteers. Thank you. Let me thank the 2.5 million Americans who helped fund our campaign with an unprecedented 8 million individual campaign contributions. Anyone know what that average contribution was? Right, $27. And let me thank the 13 million Americans who voted for the political revolution. Giving us the 1,846 pledged delegates here tonight. And delegates, thank you for being here. And thank you for all the work you have done. I look forward to your votes during the roll call tomorrow night. And let me offer a special thanks to the people of my own state of Vermont who have sustained me and supported me as a mayor, congressman, senator, and presidential candidate. And to my family, my wife Jane, our 4 kids, and 7 grandchildren, thank you very much. I understand that many people here in this convention hall and around the country are disappointed about the final results of the nominating process. I think it's fair to say that no one is more disappointed than I am. But to all of our supporters here and around the country, I hope you take enormous pride in the historical accomplishments we have achieved. Together, my friends, we have begun a political revolution to transform America, and that revolution, our revolution, continues. Election days come and go, but the struggle of the people to create a government which represents all of us and not just the 1%. A government based on the principles of economic, social, racial, and environmental justice. That struggle continues. And I look forward to being part of that struggle with you. Let me be as clear as I can be. This election is not about and has never been about Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump or Bernie Sanders or any of the other candidates who sought the presidency. This election is not about political gossip. It's not about polls. It's not about campaign strategy. It's not about fundraising. It is not about all the things that the media spends so much time discussing. This election is about and must be about the needs of the American people and the kind of future we create for our children and our grandchildren. This election is about ending the 40-year decline of our middle class. The reality that 47 million men, women, and children today live in poverty. It is about understanding that if we do not transform our economy, our younger generation will likely have a lower standard of living than their parents. This election is about ending the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality in America today. It is not moral, it is not acceptable, and it is not sustainable that the top 0.1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Or that the top 1% in recent years has earned 85% of all new income. That is unacceptable. That must change. This election is about remembering where we were 7.5 years ago when President Obama came into office after 8 years of Republican trickle-down economics. The Republicans want us to forget that as a result of the greed, recklessness, and illegal behavior on Wall Street, our economy was in the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. That's where we were. That is where we were. Some 800,000 people a month were losing their jobs. 800,000 people. We were running up a record-breaking deficit of $1.4 trillion. And by the way, the world's financial system was on the verge of collapse. That's where we were when President Obama came into office. Well, we have come a long way in the last 7.5 years, and I thank President Obama and Vice President Biden. I thank them for their leadership in pulling us out of that terrible recession. Yes, we have made progress, but I think we can all agree that much, much more needs to be done. This election is about which candidate understands the real problems facing this country and has offered real solutions. Not just bombast, not just fear-mongering, not just name-calling and divisiveness. We need leadership in this country which will improve the lives of working families, the children, the elderly, the sick, and the poor. We need leadership which brings our people together and makes us stronger. Not leadership which insults Latinos and Mexicans, insults Muslims and women, African Americans and veterans, and seeks to divide us up. By these measures, any objective observer will conclude that based on her ideas and her leadership, Hillary Clinton must become the next President of the United States. The choice This election is about a single mother, a single mom I saw in Nevada, who with tears in her eyes told me she was scared to death about the future because she and her daughter were not making it on the $10.45 an hour she was earning. This election is about that woman and the millions of other workers in this country who are struggling to survive on totally inadequate wages. Hillary Clinton understands that if someone in this country works 40 hours a week, that person should not be living in poverty. She understands that we must raise the minimum wage to a living wage. And she is determined to create millions of new jobs by rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure, our roads, bridges, water systems, and wastewater plants. But her opponent, Donald Trump, well, he has a very different point of view. He does not support raising the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, a starvation wage. While Trump believes in huge tax breaks, for billionaires, he believes that states should actually have the right to lower the minimum wage below $7.25. Brothers and sisters, this election is about overturning Citizens United. Citizens United is one of the worst Supreme Court decisions in the history of our country. That decision allows the wealthiest people in America, like the billionaire Koch brothers, to spend hundreds of millions of dollars buying elections and in the process undermine American democracy. Hillary Clinton will nominate justices to the Supreme Court who are prepared to overturn Citizens United. And end the movement toward oligarchy that we are seeing in this country. Her Supreme Court appointments will also defend a woman's right to choose, workers' rights, the rights of the LGBT community, the needs of minorities and immigrants, and the government's ability to protect our environment. If you don't believe that this election is important, if you think you can sit it out, take a moment to think about the Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump would nominate. And what that would mean to civil liberties, equal rights, and the future of our country. This election is about the thousands of young people I have met all over this country the thousands that I have met who left college deeply in debt, and tragically the many others who cannot afford to go to college. During the primary campaign, Secretary Clinton and I both focused on this issue, but with somewhat different approaches. Recently, however, we have come together on a proposal that will revolutionize higher education in America. It will guarantee that the children of any family in this country with an annual income of $125,000 a year or less, 83% of our population will be able to go to a public college or university tuition free. That proposal also substantially reduces student debt. This election is about climate change, the great environmental crisis facing our planet, and the need to leave this world in a way that is healthy and habitable for our children and future generations. Hillary Clinton is listening to the scientists who tell us that unless we act boldly to transform our energy system in the very near future, there will be more drought, more floods, more acidification of the oceans, more rising sea levels. She understands that we can create hundreds of thousands of jobs transforming our energy system. Donald Trump, well, like most Republicans, he chooses to reject science. He believes that climate change is a hoax, no need to address it. Hillary Clinton understands that a president's job is to worry about future generations, not the profits of the fossil fuel industry. This campaign is about moving the United States toward universal health care. And reducing the number of people who are uninsured or underinsured. Hillary Clinton wants to see that all Americans have the right to choose a public option in their health care exchange. She believes that anyone 55 or older should be able to opt in to Medicare. And she wants to see millions more Americans gain access to primary health care, dental care, mental health counseling, low-cost prescription drugs through a major expansion of community health centers. And what is Donald Trump's position on health care? Well, no surprise there. Same old Republican contempt for working families. He wants to abolish the Affordable Care Act, throw 20 million people off of health insurance, and cut Medicaid for lower-income Americans. Hillary Clinton also understands that millions of seniors, disabled vets, and others are struggling with the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. And the fact that Americans pay the highest prices in the world for the medicine we use. She knows that Medicare must negotiate drug prices with the pharmaceutical industry. And that drug companies should not be making billions in profit when 1 out of 5 Americans are unable to afford the medicine they need. The greed of the drug companies must end. This election is about the leadership we need to pass comprehensive immigration reform and repair a broken criminal justice system. It's about making sure that young people in this country are in good schools and at good jobs, not rotting in jail cells. Hillary Clinton understands that we have to invest in education and jobs for our young people, not more jails or incarceration. In these stressful times for our country, this election must be about bringing our people together, not dividing us up. While Donald Trump is busy insulting one group after another, Hillary Clinton understands that our diversity is one of our greatest strengths. Yes, we become stronger when black and white, Latino, Asian American, Native American, when all of us stand together. Yes, we become stronger when men and women, young and old, gay and straight, native born and immigrant, fight together to create the kind of country we all know we can become. It is no secret that Hillary Clinton and I disagree on a number of issues. That is what this campaign has been about. That is what democracy is about. But I'm happy to tell you that at the Democratic Platform Committee, there was a significant coming together between the two campaigns, and we produced by far the most progressive platform in the history of the Democratic Party. Among many, many other strong provisions, the Democratic Party now calls for breaking up the major financial institutions on Wall Street. And the passage of a 21st century Glass-Steagall Act. It also calls for strong opposition to job-killing trade agreements like the TPP. Our job right. We have got to make sure that TPP does not get to the floor of the Congress in the lame duck session. Our job now is to see that strong Democratic platform implemented by a Democratic-controlled Senate, by a Democratic House, and a Hillary Clinton presidency. And I am going to do all that I can to make that happen. I have known Hillary Clinton for 25 years. I remember her, as you do, as a great First Lady who broke precedent in terms of the role that a First Lady was supposed to play as she helped lead the fight for universal health care. I served with her in the United States Senate and know her as a fierce advocate for the rights of children, for women, and for the disabled. Hillary Clinton will make an outstanding president, and I am proud to stand with her tonight. Thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rabbi Julie Schoenfeld of White Plains, New York.
God of goodness, you have given a beautiful earth to all humankind and a beautiful country to the American people. You have given us our minds to discern your truth and the means to preserve and protect your gifts. God of compassion, show us the way to improve the lives of our fellow Americans. Remind us that our greatest achievements begin by helping each of us to build a good life, to have the opportunity to work and to contribute, to care for ourselves and our families, to raise up our children with proper health care and a good education, and to age with wisdom and dignity. God of healing, comfort us in the difficult days that have marked this turbulent summer in our country and around the world. Guide our hands to reach out towards one another, certain in the truth that what unites us is greater than anything that divides us. Let us keep the faith that the healing of our wounds will make us stronger than ever. God of strength, safeguard this great nation and our allies. Watch over the brave who protect us here and abroad. Guide our leaders in wisdom and experience to protect our nation and our values against those who would threaten us. Bring us closer together to understand our challenges and to overcome them. God, who is great, mighty, and awesome, in a season so filled with chatter of who is great and what is great and what shall be great, let us remember Scripture's clear, simple explanation of greatness. God is the great, the mighty, and the awesome, for God defends the cause of the widow and the orphan and loves the stranger residing among you. This is God's greatness, and this is the greatness the American people must strive to imitate. God of history, help us to understand that this is the most important election of our lives. Help us to recognize that the gift, the miracle of U.S. democracy, our freedom, our community, and everything we hold dear rests in the hands of her people at this moment. We are a beautiful country of people as diverse as your creation. We are each unique, each a part of a group or groups we identify with proudly, and each a person of infinite value created in your divine image. Help us to choose wisely, to walk in your ways, which are paths of pleasantness and peace, and let us say, Amen.
The chair will entertain a motion to recess. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Nays. We are in recess.